Indore Zone, Professor Ranjana Rajak, Convener Indore Zone, Dr. Gaurav Malhotra, Indore City Chapter Head, Dr. Shresh Chabra, Dr. Piyush Soni, President Bhopal Zone, Ms. Divya Agrawal, President Research and Innovation Wing, Gwalior, Co-Chapter Head Indore Zone, Dr. Yashri Dubey, Co-Chapter Head from Indore Zone is Dr. Manisha Pandey, Central India Board Office in Charge, Ms. Priyanshi Dubey, South Gujarat Board, Dr. Yatin Vyas, Telangana Board, Professor Naveen Kumar, Kerala Board, Dr. Meera Asmi and Anthony P.V., Maharashtra Board, Dr. Suhasini B. Arya and Dr. Jyoti Patil, Dr. Deepa Agnokar, Rajasthan Board, Dr. Manoj Pandya, Jharkhand Board, Dr. Rahul Dev and Dr. Subrato De, Punjab Board, Dr. Amrit Singh Madhar, Chhattisgarh Board, Professor Rishi Manik and Dr. Shweta Bajaj, Uttarakhand Board, Professor Sunaina Rawat Negi, Nagaland Board, Dr. Lafa Kavli. And above all, I would like to mention the name of our technical and program head, technical assistant, Mr. Yuvraj Panchle. So this was all about the RFI family. To take the program ahead, now would like to call Dr. Ruchi Sharma to take this program ahead, and I would like to wish you all the best for today's conference. Thank you so much. Dr. Ruchi?
Thanks a lot, Dr. Gunjan. Very enthusiastic good morning to you all, the August gathering of distinguished speakers around the globe. Most prized and valued participants, the Vice Chairman, Sir, of Career Group of Institutions, Director, Professor Pradeep Jain, Principal, Dr. Charanjit Kaur, entire dignitaries from Research Foundation of India and Association of Chemistry Teachers, as well the entire galaxy of intellectuals. Research, which is an inevitable part of academics, requires rigorous inputs of time and hard work. Research and progress have linear relationship to acquire scientific autonomy. Undoubtedly, expert opinions and scientific collaborations nurture the research and promote the scientific aptitude to build trust in science. Before beginning the event, let me know about the conference. The environmental awareness means to understand that how our behavior impact and the environment, to make changes to our activities so that to protect this worthy planet Earth. The environmentalist, the scientist movements in the recent decades has prompted many people to make both minor and substantial lifestyle changes to live in a more environmental friendly way, to move on the path of sustenance for the sustainable development. Being environment friendly means reducing your impact on the environment as much as possible. Individuals affect the environment in a variety of ways, including pollution emission to land, air, and water, use of natural resources, energy consumption and waste. And nowadays, every now and then, new technologies are coming up through researches to maintain the sustenance. The green synthesis are provoking toward the sustainable development. To develop more and more about environmental benign technologies, the researchers are fostering towards the same motto of learning from experts. And thus, we have planned this international conference on advanced research strategies for sustainable development, where we have the guest of honor, Mr. Rituraj Fukan, the founder, Indigenous Peoples Climate Justice Forum Ambassador, European Climate Pact. And we have worthy international speakers around the globe. We will listen to them, the worthy deliberations. The national speakers are along with us to benefit us all from their deliberations. This is the Department of Chemistry from the Career College Bhopal, which is serving its excellence since 1998, and it is a recognized research center of Barkatullah University Bhopal since 2015 and rendering its services towards the excellence. Before I invite our first worthy guest to welcome, as per the tradition, which will do definitely wonders, I would like to brief all of you about him. The chairman, Dr. Saurabh Jain, who is working as a chairman for the Research Foundation of India, is being appointed as Vice President of World Federation of Science and Technology and President of Engineering Research Foundation. Dr. Jain also involved in Research Foundation of India consultancy unit named Educational Research Analyzers Private Limited. Along with, he is involved in number of companies like IFSI Consultancy Services, Edu Academics, INC, ARGA ERF, Ascent Tech Private Limited, Blueprint Publication Delhi, and Black Pearl International Publication, and many more. He is awarded as gold medalist in Masters of Technology from Government Engineering College, and he did first doctorate in Power System Engineering, second doctorate in Control System Engineering. Dr. Jain has organized more than 500 international and national events like conferences, faculty development programs, SDPs, workshop talks in multidisciplinary areas. He has published more than 100 research articles in international and national journals of repute, along with 35 reference-edited author books in multidisciplinary areas. On the name of Dr. Jain, 5 patents and copyrights has published from India. He is expert of solar and renewable energy concept. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of myself and the entire organizing committee for your worthy deliberation. Over to you, Dr. Saurabh Jain, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. As we know very well, Career College Bhopal is going to be organized such a wonderful industry conference on advanced research strategies for sustainable development. As we know very well, sustainable development is related to UN goal of under 17 acts. So that is the one of the quality educations related to the research strategies for the SDG goal 4. So I would like to welcome for this occasion Chairman Sri Vishnu Rajoria ji, Career College of Institution, Vice Chairman Sri Manish Rajoria ji, Career College of Institution. Today guest of honor Mr. Rituraj Khan. International today guest speaker Dr. Chai Simten, Dr. Amul Kulkarni, Dr. Michael Boren, Dr. Mufan, Dr. Lufis Mughal, and Miss Desi from Philippines. For this conference, we have received a number of articles for related to sustainable development goal. So we have you can have a good look for this in souvenir of Career College of Institution. For this conference also, I would like to welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chief Managing Director, Research Foundation of India, Professor Dr. Priyadashini Agnihotri, North Board President, RFI, Professor Dr. Ajay Jain, National Coordinator, Research Foundation of India, Dr. Manish Zubey, President, Central India Board, RFI, today Coordinator, Dr. Gunjan Sukla, Convener, Dr. Shuparna Ghosh, today coordinators, national guests and speakers. For this conference, we are looking the special things, whatever participant is going to begin. So special thanks to the conference participants to make that conference success. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Ruchi, please.
Thanks a lot. These are always a source of motivation. The successful culmination of any event requires a deep understanding of its aim and objectives. We are blessed to have our Vice Chairman, Sir, as an exuberant image of our Chairman, Sir, Mr. Manish Rajaria. He is a man with distinct vision, a fountain head of illuminating ideas, and a true inspiration to all of us. He is the one who always sharpens our vision to see the opportunity in every adversity. To brief about the genesis of Career College, Bhopal and Career Group of Institutions, I do now welcome the esteemed speaker, Vice Chairman, Sir. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. When we talk about development and we use this word sustainable, I think we as human beings have progressed to the next level, and I think whatever speed and advancement in technology is required, I think it is enough. Now we just need to focus on the health of the planet, which will impact each and every person's health. We all talk about climate change, and climate change is coming. I think it has already come, and it is high time we start understanding what role we all can play in saving this planet. We listen to great people like Mr. Elon Musk and various other people who talk about taking space rights, trying to go to Mars, finding another planet. I think that is all not required at all. We have a beautiful planet with very wonderful people, very intelligent, committed people, and everyone is thinking about the environment, and I'm sure we'll be able to overcome this challenge of global warming, the climate change. All we need to do is just look around ourselves and see how we are acting and what is our own carbon footprint. If we look at the net carbon emissions by a person who lives in a small village or maybe in a very remote location versus anyone who's living in a city, driving cars, having a lot of air conditioners, consuming a lot of water, and the latest that we see all around us is packaged food. There were times when we would go to a restaurant and hardly use any packaging. But now if we look at all these fast food joints, the amount of packaging we see, the food is packed, the drink is served in a plastic can, the straw is of plastic, and the straw is also packaged with a small piece of paper to keep it hygienic. We think our consumption levels have to be reduced. Planting trees is certainly an option, and everyone's trying to do that. But trees take a long time to grow, and to chop and consume them and use them for fuel or for paper or our furniture, it is very easy. So I think all we need to do is be very, very careful about our own consumption. Every switch that's turned off when not required, every tap which is turned off when we've used water. So each and every step of ours will help us save this planet. And looking at this wonderful team of speakers for this 2-day international conference, I'm sure we'll come out with very interesting ideas. Career College is a A+ accredited organization by NAC, and we are always committed towards sustainable growth and talking about research in the field of environment, climate change. So we have a very, very wonderful team of faculty members, our colleagues, who are constantly thinking, doing research, motivating students to think about innovative ways how we can play our role in reducing the net carbon emission. The government of India, the European Commission, everyone around the globe is talking about reducing the carbon emission. And we see a lot of solar panels, we see wind farms, we see hydro, a lot of interesting things happening. So nothing to worry. We human beings are capable of doing a lot of impossible things. And I'm sure we'll be able to do sustainable development and focus on the environment. Thank you very much and all the best for this 2 days conference.
Thanks a lot, sir. Blessings always serve as a source of motivation. So is amongst us a very senior member of us to bless us all, CMD Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta. He is having BE from Manit Bhopal in 1979, then performed MTech from Manit itself, PGDM from AIMN New Delhi in 1997, DMS from New Delhi NIM, LLB from KP College Devas, and PhD from ISET University Bhopal. He had published around 50 research papers in national and international journals. He is having a rich 40 years of experience, that is around 30 years in the industrial field and around 10 years in the educational field. Recently, he visited USA and various renowned universities like Northeastern University, Boston, Massachusetts, USA, Harvard University, Massachusetts, Institute of Technology, MIT, Boston University, as far as association with RFI, that is Research Federation of India, Research Foundation of India, is concerned. He is considered as one of the founder member of the society. Looking to his dedication and hard work in RFI, he is now working as CMD, that is Chief Managing Director of this Foundation of India. I welcome you, sir, for your worthy deliberation.
Thanks, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's session. This is Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, CMD RFI from Delhi, NCR. I feel dignified to be invited to this inaugural session of International Conference on Advanced Research Strategies for Sustainable Development. As we know, this is organized by Career College Bhopal, Association of Chemistry Teachers, Research Foundation of India and RFI-CARE in association with World Virtual Conference Forum, World Federation of Science and Technology, International Research Guide Federation, Academic Research Guide Association, Edu Academic INC. The aim of this international conference is to provide the most complete and reliable source of information on the recent advancements in the field of advanced research strategies for sustainable development. This webinar covers a broad range of topics in this field. The National Education Policy 2020, that is NEP 2020, has given a clarion call for holistic value-based education to prepare our youth and develop our nation, because education is fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable and just society, and promoting national development. The implications of value-based living can be understood in the following terms. That is, at the level of individual, at the level of family, at the level of society, and at the level of nature, because nature is coexistence of all units in nature. Earth is getting more and more suited for sustenance of all amenities on the global. Balance of seasons, proper development, the problems of pollution and resource depletion, can be solved with the help of this value-based living. RFI is working in this line. Now it's my privilege and honor to welcome all the dignitaries, resource persons, and experts available for this international conference. Thank you all for coming at such short notice. I really appreciate you all for attending today. My sincere thanks to Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India, who has given the permission for organizing this international conference. My special thanks to Dr. Ajay Jain and team RFI for managing this wonderful session. I would also like to thank the support of organizing and participating institutions, all the participants who are attending the session with full enthusiasm, and to those who have given their input in this webinar. For more details, please contact our official mail ID info@researchfoundationofindia.com. And for such other webinar, seminar programs, you can visit our website www.researchfoundationofindia.com. A recorded version of this webinar will be available. Again, thanks to all for your support and dedication. Thanks a lot once again. Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Magic cannot happen within a day or two. It requires proper strategy and guidance and an environment to implement. Career College Bhopal has achieved these heights and organizing such conferences since years. To brief you about the conference theme and the importance of research, I would now like to invite our most respectful, our principal ma'am, the lady who is leading us dynamically and defying all anticipations, Dr. Charanjeet Kaur. So that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, please welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruchi. Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Charanjeet Kaur, Principal, Career College, Bhopal, on my personal behalf and on behalf of the organizers, would like to extend a very warm welcome to today's honorable guest of repute, Chairman Sir of RFI, Vice Chairman Sir of Career Group of Institutions, invited speakers, national, international repute, scientists, administrators, directors, principals, researchers, professors, coordinators, and other lovely audience. We are here for International Conference on Advanced Research Strategies and Sustainable Development. We all agree with the fact that promoting scientific temper, reasoning, and critical thinking is the dire need of the hour. We have been at the forefront of attempts to promote an uptake of scientific and technological innovations that have the potential to change the lives of people. We are working towards the people having no problems at all in their lives. A new dimension has now gained momentum for rapid development in various fields, from basic sciences to applied sciences, that is biology to biotechnology, genetic engineering, nanotechnology, bioinformatics, and computer science to ICT, that is information and communication technology. While many of these developments have the potential to improve the condition of poverty, hunger, and unemployment, but we have to be careful about the potential environmental and societal impacts. Instead of one idea, one thought, science and knowledge generation flourish in climates where different opinions are welcomed, where pursuing different paths of inquiry is encouraged, where pluralism of ideas is accepted and worked through. The future of S&T in our country would certainly lead to self-reliant India, dream of our Prime Minister. Planned development, primacy of science and technology, and self-reliance in science and technology are crucial aspects of sovereignty, strategic autonomy, and freedom from dependence on other more developed powers. Research and development funding in India is stagnating at around 1% of GDP, and India is seriously lagging behind even other developing countries as far as the science and technology is concerned. This is a time when new generation of knowledge-based technologies and industries are set to dominate the global landscape. Planned and concerted steps are required very, very urgently. Young budding scientists, diligent students, and energetic youth have aspirations of being part of vibrant, forward-looking nation marching towards a bright career. Critical thinking and independent thought. Great science matters. We make sure the world knows it. That therefore, conferences, workshops, and seminars are organized. So let us join hands together and take a pledge to make this world a better place to live with no problems at all. Together, we can do it, and we must do it. My special thank to all the audience, to all the organizers, CMDs, chairman, etc., etc. We are thankful on behalf of Career Group of Institution and in general, and Career College Bhopal in particular, for collaborating us and making this event a great success. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I once again welcome the galaxy of intellectuals, the speakers. I'm extremely overwhelmed to introduce an eminent, generous, and knowledgeable personality, Mr. Rituraj Pukran. To summarize, his CV was like churning the ocean. I was really hard to introduce him in few words, as he has a lot to his credit. He is founder, Indigenous Peoples Climate Justice Forum, ambassador, European Climate Pact. Attended thrice the expedition to Antarctica and the Arctic region. Made the deliberations in UK, Malaysia, Norway, Sweden, Finland, South Africa, Bangladesh, and participated in deliberations at the countries like USA, Canada, Mexico, Argentina, Denmark, Thailand, and Turkey. He is the member IUCN Wilderness Specialist Group, the commissioner member IUCN WCPA SSC Invasive Alien Species Task Force, commission member IUCN WCPA Connectivity Conservation Network, commission member IUCN WCPA Indigenous People in Protected Areas Specialist Group, commission member IUCN WCPA Climate Change Network, commission member IUCN WCPA South Asia Region, the marketing ambassador subject to Climate USA, the national coordinator for biodiversity, the Climate Reality Project, the vice president of US-based Grassroots Coalition for Environment and Economic Justice, chief operating officer, Walk for Water, director of sustainability and Camp Adventure, secretary journal of Green Guard Nature Organization, mentor global training, US virtual training, senior program manager, Human Nature Projects, international associate editor of Igniting Minds, Assam coordinator for Kids for Tigers, ambassador, Marine Arctic Peace Sanctuary, and mentor, Vegan Outreach Green Ambassador. He has various awards to his credit. The Environment Excellence Award 2019 for Environment and Climate Action from IGBC, C2 SPASH, Hero of the Environment Award 2021 for Environment and Climate Action for Kavyavarsh, Eco Warrior 2020 for Environment and Climate Action from Green Warrior Club, Hansraj College, Green Yodha Award 2021 for Environment and Climate Action from Schneider Electric India, Humanitarian Excellence Award 2021 for Environment and Climate Action from First Can Foundation, and many more. There's a long list of the credits to him. I hope I have done the justice to summarize this extensive CV of Mr. Furqan. I'm extremely delighted to brief about you, sir. Welcome for your deliberation.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. That was very kind of you to go through all the text. And it's such a privilege to be here for the International Conference on Advanced Research Strategies for Sustainable Development. In fact, this is such a hugely important occasion. We have the World Environment Day coming up, and the Sustainable Development Report 2022 was just released a couple of days back. So it's just the perfect time, I guess, for organizing this conference. And I'm very thankful to the Research Foundation of India and for the Carrier Group of institutions for giving me this opportunity for interactions. The topic that I wanted to address today is about indigenous people. In fact, global goals are critical for indigenous peoples who are at the front lines of climate change. As we all probably know, the indigenous people of the world face numerous challenges, including political and economic marginalization, loss of land and resources, human rights violations, discrimination of all types, unemployment, and at the same time, they contribute very little to greenhouse gas emissions, and they share a very unique bond with nature that is now recognized as vital for addressing the interconnected planetary crisis. It's a fact that climate change has already exacerbated the difficulties faced by these vulnerable indigenous communities, not only in India, but all over the world. Therefore, the Sustainable Development Goals have very special relevance for the over 500 million indigenous people who live in this on this planet. In fact, India has over 700 indigenous communities across the country, and many of them are concentrated in my part of the country in Northeast. We have hundreds of indigenous communities as well. Indigenous people, like I said, are often found at the front lines of climate change all over the world, and they are among the first to face the direct consequences of warming and the changes in the living environment. The evidence suggests that livelihoods and cultural identities of at least 370 million indigenous peoples of North America, Europe, Latin America, Africa, Asia, Pacific, all are already under threat. The utilization of traditional knowledge for conservation of the natural ecosystems has now emerged as one of the vital components of resilience and development. The UN Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People, in fact, established their rights to the conservation and protection of the environment of their lands and resources. Just going over right up to the Arctic, because you mentioned it in the introduction, it is one of the fastest warming regions in the world, and with some places experiencing over 5 degrees Celsius rise already in the past 2 decades. So what is happening there in the high Arctic region, where indigenous communities have survived for tens of thousands of years, depending on hunting of walrus, seals, reindeer, and even polar bears. Now, their social, economic, cultural existence, all of these are associated with hunting and also for reindeer herding and fishing. For example, the Sami community, which inhabits most of the Lapland area of Europe. In fact, it is the only indigenous recognized community of Europe, and they inhabit most of northern parts of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. Now, they have been herding reindeer in this frozen Arctic areas since the last ice age. And this reindeer herding is vital to their culture, their subsistence, and economy of all the indigenous communities there. Their traditions, local knowledge, etc., are dependent on this land and resource management and on the reindeer herding. And now all of this is under threat because of the rapid melting of glaciers and loss of sea ice. Similarly, other communities in the Arctic are also affected. If you look at indigenous communities in the Amazon, they are suffering from a lot of, what we call now is invasion by miners and loggers and even farmers. So it is not just climate change. A lot of other things, including deforestation, a lot of other human activities are affecting us all. In the Hindu Kush Himalaya Assessment Report, which was published in 2019, it was stated that the Eastern Himalayan region, where I live, will have a near total loss of glaciers if warming continues at the current levels. And even if we were to limit warming to the Paris Agreement goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which unfortunately looks very unlikely, even then, we'll have a lot of impacts like floods and erosions. We are already seeing that in Assam and other states of Northeast India. However, what is not known is that the implications for indigenous communities are really profound. There are floods and landslides and erosion. All of this affect the lives and livelihood of communities in the mountains, on the riverbanks, more than anybody else. And at the most, the government will go and give, food packets and provide temporary shelters in refugee camps. But what about development aspirations? That is something that we are not seeing. All these reasons probably add up to India's ranking in the latest Sustainable Development Report, which is 121 out of 163. I'm not surprised, but if we are to look deeply into which are the goals that, which are the global goals that we are doing relatively well, which are just okay, and where we are down, I'll quickly run you through those 17 goals. If we look at no poverty, where we are moderately improving, the latest report says. If we look at zero hunger, then we are not making any progress. We are basically at the same levels as we are in the last few years. If we look at goal number 3, good health and well-being, we are improving, but moderately. Education, again, it says we are not doing very well. Perhaps it's because of the loss of school days due to the pandemic. Gender equality, again, it says we are stagnating. We are not doing very well. Clean water and sanitation, we are improving moderately. Similarly, goal number 7, affordable and clean energy, is a sector we are improving. Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. Goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. These are all goals where we are improving. Number 10 is reduce inequalities. Here, the information is not available according to the latest report. Goal number 11, this is perhaps the most surprising. Here, the performance has been relatively really bad. In fact, the report says that we are decreasing in terms of performance. And goal number 11 is sustainable cities and communities. So that is perhaps not surprising. And then we go to goal number, I'll come back to goal 12 and 13, but if we look at goal number 14, life below water, goal number 15, life on land, goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and goal number 17, partnerships for the goals. These are all areas where India as a country is stagnating. We are not doing badly, we are not improving, but we are just not making adequate progress. However, the shining light, the good news is that goal number 12 and 13, goal number 12 is responsible consumption and production, where we are really improving. In fact, if we look at the indicators, it shows that we have already achieved many of the goals, many of the indicators are right there where we want to be. And goal number 13 is climate action. I was really surprised myself personally to see that we have uh, achieved the SDGs or on track to achieve most of the indicators. So that is good news. That means we are doing really well in terms of how we are responding to the climate crisis as a country. So overall, if you go back to the ranking of 121 out of 163, I think well, we should not look too much into that. Perhaps we are on the road to improvement, and that will come very soon. So once again, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak here at this conference. I look forward to hearing from all the other distinguished speakers. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your worthy deliberation. It was actually enriching. Education, which is the knowledge, not of facts, but of values. Very well said by someone. And this event was an occasion where we have enriched our knowledge and understanding about research with environmental perspectives and its strategic applications for sustainable development. To focus on theme and address, as we are seeing, we have eminent speakers with us. And to continue enriching, let me humbly invite Dr. Brajesh Pare, President ACT TIFR Mumbai. Before that, let me have a privilege to introduce you all with him. He is the Professor and Head Department of Chemistry, Mother Science Postgraduate College, Ujjain. He is the President, Association of Chemistry Teachers, Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR Mumbai. He is the postdoctoral research fellow from National Research Foundation, Pretoria. Worked in the Department of Chemistry, University of Durban, Westville, South Africa. INSA nominated affiliated membership of IUPAC, Unesco in 2012 and 13 was held by him. He worked with Royal Australian Chemical Institute, Australia, and Royal Society of Chemistry, London. Many awards and recognitions are there to his credit. He is a panel member for National Level Best Chemistry Teacher Award, instituted by Association of Chemistry Teachers, Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR Mumbai, and Tata Chemicals. Country head for ANCQ and International Australian Chemistry Quiz conducted annually by Royal Australian Chemical Institute, Australia. His areas of interest include green chemistry, sustainable science, advanced oxidation processes, photocatalytic degradation of organic pollutants such as dyes using UV and visible light with titanium dioxide, zinc oxide, bismuth oxychloride, and barium chromate. The uniqueness is that he is engaged in doing extensive work on training programs for learning and teaching creativity using various models, working on novel methods of teaching and learning phenomena-based learning. I welcome you, sir, for your enriched, knowledgeable, and worthy deliberation. Over to you, sir. Dr. Pare. May we have Dr. Paris? Dr. Pare, are you here? I think some issue is there. I'm connecting Dr. Pare. Please be with us. teacher. I think Dr. Pare has some network issues. We'll connect him later. Till then, we go ahead with our next eminent speaker, Dr. Chai Ching Tian. He's a Doctor of Business Administration, Southern Cross University, Australia, 2009. His work include Ratna Kosin International College of Creative Entrepreneurship, Raj Bangla University of Technology, School of Management, Maifel Luang University, Organization Development Specialist, NIDA University, is Vice President, Strategic Planning in Organization Development, Factory Operations, Quality Management System, Engineering, IT, Sea Fresh Industry, Public Company Limited, Thailand. He has worked as a guest lecturer for MBA and Biological Sciences, Aerospace Engineering at Keystart University. As a Regional General Manager, Suryatip Duramet International Company Limited since 1998 to 2002, where he worked for developing business around Asia Pacific regions, China, Taiwan, Asian countries. He has 294 highly impacted publications with 223 citations, and H index is 9. He is editorial board members of more than 30 journals of repute. To his credit, he has many awards. To name a few, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Distinguished Professor Award 2021 by Center for Professional Advancement, a unit of IMR with Government of India, Niti Aayog, NGO that recognized for World Intellectual Property Accreditation Edutide Medal on Superior Performance in Management, International Educational Excellence Award, Eminent International Research Award, IMRF Distinguished Inspiring Best Teacher Award 2020, Shri Umakant Srivastava Distinguished Academician Award 2019, and many excellence paper awards. He has delivered around 40 keynote speeches, has 10 funded projects to his credit, and supervised around 20 plus PhDs. So we are eager to listen you, sir, for your worthy deliberation. Over to you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you this international conference, and it's very great honors that being invited by this Research Foundation of India, collaborations with Career College for other themes of advanced research strategy for sustainable development. So today I will elaborate share with you one of my research in the area of sustainable development. Okay, but using a little bit of innovative research practices, which is neural network simulation in combinations with structural equations modeling. So let me share my screen quickly. Okay, so you should be able to see my screen now. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, next time I can share with you on the coral reef. We can use the things like bibliographic maps and identifying things and the clusters of things very important. And then slowly we design a coral reef and sustainable environment. But today I'm going to look into community-based tourism, which is a very important part of sustainable development. There are a couple of there are actually two innovative ideas in this talk, and one of the innovative ideas is the methodological perspective, which is using neural network as inductive explorations for helping us to identify the sort of variables that are important, so that we can use that as for structural equations modeling or for further literature review. But the second idea is that well, of course, through the induction we can explore for many new management ideas, and therefore the second innovations would be the innovative ideas in management, and where I think it's very, very important. If you in today's world, we really need innovative ideas so that we can create more opportunities. So my theme today is in search for a business model, configure a strategy map. So in a sense that they are combining strategy map, which is balanced scorecard in a map sense, and the business model in the second sense, and then which is innovation and to help develop community-based tourism. But we will explore using the neural network. Well, the communities, there are so many ways we can start our research. I'm just putting up the ideas quickly for giving us the background so that I can demonstrate to you these neural network simulations. And there are a lot of ways we can start. We can go, for example, guided by social cognitive theory in a sense of social domains and cognitive domains of behavioral inferences, which embraces the community, households, and the environment, of course, that allow us to look into different types of livelihood strategy that we need for sustainability. So in that sense, we can review the literature, review based on that ideas, and we will find that community-based tourism (CBT) are pretty much active in those period of time where they focus on economic issue, and they focus on social empowerment, political, a little bit on psychological, which I add on with many publications. And also back in business models, active propagations, and we start to see social entrepreneurships comes into the pictures, that people's combining business model to tackle social problems, which is very, very important part of social problem, very, very important part of sustainable development, in a sense of innovation, social value creation. So I back then, 2000 was a couple of years ago. I did a research and with which is one of very successful SE social entrepreneurial business enterprises in Chiang Rai, northern of Thailand, which is Doi Tung Development Project. So I went in and have discussions with all these people, the community, villagers, and managements, and I helped them to understand what happens in their SE business models, and we made up the whole business model, very, very lengthy things. And then the stress on CBT into not only the community-based, but stressing on sustainability. So that, I think, is also the themes of today. United Nations, and on the 5th of June, we will celebrate the World Environment Day. And so comes the right time for CBT and sustainable CBT. And again, there are, if you go further into your literature review, you will look into find out many different types of schools of thoughts in social entrepreneurship, but such as in earned income, that where they focus primarily on the commercial side, or with the additional nonprofit supports, or social innovation in a sense of creative ideas. A couple of days ago, I was presenting organic coffee, which I'm not going to talk today. Organic coffee for sustainable development, which was very, very successful specialty coffee in northern Thailand, and the basic idea is pretty much similar to what I would share to you today on the business model and strategy mappings of modifying the Michael Porter's, but we have additional drivers, which is these philosophical drivers like mindsets that drive the learning and growth. So it's not learning and growth that only that activate and drive the business processes, which in terms achieve the customer's propositions and value satisfactions, and in returns gaining revenue. But but there are also motivations that drive the learning and growth, which Michael Boren from Harvard Business School has not really discussed. I think that is the next opportunity for extending the concepts of strategy mappings and balanced scorecard, which I have demonstrated in various places. So that is my discussion today. Basically, starting in 2017, I initiated a project with in the university on social enterprise-driven community-based tourism, and I went into many different places, understanding the community life, and look into various factors that would influence the community's commitment in tourism developments, and especially driven by entrepreneurship spirit, so that they can sustain economically as well as the community social lifestyles and cultural heritages and things like that. And so you can see various pictures, entrepreneurships, heritages, culture, food, and also the tourist experiences, walking through the agricultural areas, and donations and coffee tastings, learning, flowers, shipping to trading and things like that. So we started to 2017. And the idea was that at that moment, you can see that getting a sense of what my progress is today is that originally I observing and thought out that there is a cybernetic psychological situations going on in the community, in the sense that there is certain community identity, which is the goal, the direction. That it, just like a cybernetic robotics, robots, for robots to move to places, you need a goal, you need like a path following, you need a direction, and that is the identity. But then again, you need a continuous monitoring and adjustment, so regulatory and sustaining mechanisms behavior. So I found these two situations very, very important, and I did a lot of qualitative descriptions and quantitative analysis on that, but I'm not going to present here because I'm going to present the later part of it. And that these two cybernetic psychologies are able to drive the value for the community, and in return for the tourists. So basically, I think you get a sense of it. And this identity and these regulatory activities, and plus the main activities, eventually will deliver sustainabilities and value. And if we can, put properly drivers, if we can identify what exactly causes the identity, what exactly can strengthen the CBT activity, and that is what research is for. We continue to explore, identify, validate, consolidate, integrate, demonstrate the validity utility of whatever we propose. And so we came up, we understand that community engagement, attitude, leaderships are very, very important, including the innovative orientations, and before activities can come into the pictures, that you really have to do the development. And that in conclusion, we will therefore come up with a value delivered to the tourists in the sense of life-changing and functionals. So there are two very important. I have in the quantitative analysis, you can use the statistical exploratory factor analysis. You can use the neural network simulations, and you should be able to identify that amongst all this economic value, emotional value, social value, functional value, life-changing value. But for that particular context, I found out that they're all important, but two values are very important. One of them is the functional values, that people go there for certain function. But again, they take all the effort to the community. They want to see whether the community experiences can do some changes in their life, at least changing their mindset, or implanting new ideas to them. So it's life-changing value. And together with the cognitive images and emotional images of the trip that they build, that induces tourist learning. and providing the tourist experiences and satisfactions, loyalty, which in return consolidate and strengthening the confidence levels of the community, and strengthening the images, identity, and so on and so forth. And tour guide roles are also there. And the details of the statistical things, I'm not going to discuss here. I'm just going to give you. So based on this, I continue to try to influence more people, trying to influence more tribes. So I'm trying to introduce the tribes. So it's not, instead of a couple of communities. So now I'm trying to expand into a bigger community. So we have 20, 30 communities joining, and that I want to see whether whatever I've discussed with you so far was able to apply into tribes, into communities. And that is what that was the things that I would like to share with you. That was the background. Now, why business model? Quickly, it's about 2 minutes, 1 minute. Then I get into the finalizations, final parts of my presentation. Why is that business model? Well, first of all, business model is very, very straightforward. It is the logic of business, of doing business. And so everybody familiarized with the business model. So what else we can do about it? What else we can learn about it? What else we can adapt about it? What else we can do? Innovate on the business model. What research we can do about it? And that, I think, is the researches we need to answer. Most of us may be very much familiarized with something very simple. The block-based configurations of the business model, in the sense that it's separated into a couple of blocks, like value propositions, the supply side, demand side, and the financial returns. But then other people was trying to look into, well, hold on a minute. Eventually, the business real strategy, the breaching point of strategy is the value, and so therefore the people are trying to lay a business model, which is the logic of business developments, that is able to deliver the value. And so therefore on this part, creating the value, producing the value, marketing the value, delivering the value, and capturing the value financially, economically, sustainably, meaning social wise, and things like that. So which I have already demonstrated similarly. And in conclusion, from the background, before I jump in, finalizing this, showing you the neural network, and that's it. My discussion today is so far from what I have explained to you, theoretically, innovatively, you will see that business model, and also from the neural network simulation, and from the implications of the results, this part is really a conclusion as well. But I put it into as a background, just to let you see, because I've already discussing the business model. Is that business model, apart from what I have just explained to you, it is very important in the sense that it is a coordinated plan that can help us design the strategy. And people can see, using the business model, just like strategy mapping, that can allow the communities or strategies to configure and see how do they interact in a strategy direction. That is a business model. And also the second thing is that it because every part is so important, such as to creating value, to producing value, market value, so consolidating all those things become a good governance system. So it is a governance. It is a very important governance system, and the business model makes the decisions making very visible, and the end goal is sustainability and things like that. So you can look into that. So in conclusion, is that as I have just explained it to you, is that business model in fact is just like a strategy map or a balance scorecard of Michael Boren. So literature review is indeed very important. But today's theme, which I, as a guest speakers, I would like to share with you, is that the literature reviews its importance, but I think we also need to look at it innovatively. Deduction, it's innovative ideas. If we do not have deductive capability, we are not able to do innovative ideas. So deduction itself has to be transformed through innovative ideas. And so you can see the business model, which I've spread to you, the value proposition, productions, and marketing. In fact, there are the two perspectives, internal business processes and customer perspectives of the strategy mapping. So in a sense that it is linking to financial sustainability, which is a strategy mapping and driven by learning and growth, which I have already explained to you, the resources of the community, the development part of it, capability view-based or knowledge-based views or resource-based view strategy. But again, plus the motivations and principles and things like that. So what I would like to do is I want to demonstrate to you the inductive capability of neural network simulation. We know that so far using the literature review, we already have the capability. We already have the inductive capability. We already have the innovative capability. But I want to demonstrate to us is through the neural network simulations or whatever we have just proposed, or additional ideas that we can come up through in-depth interviews or whatever, we can go into use the neural network simulations to help us inductively identify the patterns, and that would help us to strengthen our deductive model that I have just explained to you. That could be already innovative in a sense, and that is what we do as a researchers. Structural equations modeling. Two things that I would like to demonstrate. One of them is the feedback dynamic, and the other one is the strong antecedence impact. Antecedence in the sense of very, very far end of one side of drivers driving through intermediaries, mediations or whatever, to the other end of the dependent variable. So strong anticipant direct impact to this indirect in the sense. Before we do the neural network simulation, it is very important that we have to assess the quality of whatever variables we identify through literature review, to innovative literature review, or through qualitative in-depth interviews, or through observations. Key thing is that we must validate and reliably assess the reliabilities and abilities of all these variables. So once we identify all these variables that they are in tune with the quality assessments, then we can go for neural network simulation. For instance, I would like to see amongst all these variables V1 to V11, government's role, community organization, community development, economic impact, cultural impact, social impact, environment participations, and benefit participations, implementation, identity, so on and so forth. And what key factors are able to explain economics impact? If you go through the neural network simulation, you will be able to see participation, implementations, and this what else I cannot see properly. These community developments are very, very important. And if you want to identify the value to the tourists, these are things that are very, very important. 100% means the first importance, and then it comes with 46% economic impact, things like that. So anyway, what I'm trying to say, this is structural equations modeling. We're coming to the end of my sharing. So what I'm trying to say is this: there's no need to go into structural equations modeling, but it is necessary to have literature, innovative literature reviews, and whatever I've just presented to you. But neural network is able to help us sorting out the patterns of structure, and economic impact critically being influenced by community development, which is, you see from here, the community development, which is which is the 57, and plus this participations of the community's members in implementing it by 27. So all these two will have direct impact on the economic impact. So you can use the neural network and together with the statistical tests are pretty good. And also the tourist value to the tourists. What factors influence the value perceptions to the tourists from the perspective of this research, and you should be able to see all these things. So from the neural network, we can slowly configure the structural equations modeling, and then we can validate to see how well the neural network suggests a good fitting into the structures, equations, modeling. And again, incremental actual fits are pretty well. So conclusion is the balanced strategy map structures a business model when superimposed on routine performance measurement, which is governance systems and strategic management and things like that. They would serve as a very, very important tourist destination governance, entrepreneurial venture management system. Now, entrepreneurial ventures that I have explained to you has three components. One of them is production component. The other one is the the marketing component. And the third one is the governance governance management system. So learning and growth also, you can see, I'm not going to go into the pictures, but I assume that everybody has already formed a picture in our head and see what exactly is happening. But again, you can see that they included in both tangible and intangible perspective of the learning and growth. There are resource leveraging represented by social psychological resources such as the community, commitment, identities, leadership, orientation, and so on and so forth. Then plus innovative ideas, innovation, CBT, community-based tourism management, and so on and so forth. Systemic consciousness of this entire mapping is very important because they facilitate commitments, which I've shown to you the dynamic feedback that usually we stop at the economy. But I'm trying to demonstrate to you that that it does feedback to influence the value perception of the tourists, and it does influence back to the attitudes of our beliefs community belief system towards the CBT. So in a sense, is that the literature reviews and deduction model are good, but sometimes it's a one-way direction. Of course, you can always easily publish it, no problems, and because you are following the Scarpa's criteria or whatever Emirate criteria. But again, but the key thing is that through neural network simulation, you should be able to see various things that is in addition to your deduction, such as the feedback perspective. And so instead of using the dynamic system dynamic simulation, which you can do, but yeah, here neural network can also innovatively introduce some good ideas. So again, thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope that I have shared with you to your enlightenment, to your interest, and on these innovative practices, methodologicals, and innovative idea practices in advanced research and for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I'm very certain that your deliberation will benefit many of us. Now, coming to our next speaker, I humbly invite Dr. Michael Boren. Before that, I would like to introduce him with you all. He has expertise in project management strategy and has experience of about 20 years for consulting as well as managing. He's developing and delivering both postgraduates and undergraduates at university programs. His books and articles cover a wide range of business, technology, higher education, and educational policy related areas, and have been published not only in Australia, but also in other countries like Singapore, China, Russia, Germany, and United Kingdom.
So, like you are seeing examples which
I do humbly request, there is an interruption. Can you please mute yourself?
So for that,
He has been lecturing MBA and MIS students at some of the leading Australian universities. In 2013, he was voted by students of Charles Sturt University as the university's #1 lecturer, narrowly missing I do humbly invite Dr. Michael Boren. Before that, I would like to introduce him. He has around 20 years of experience in project management strategy. Is developing and delivering both postgraduate and undergraduate university programs. His books and articles cover a wide range of business, technology, higher education, and educational policy related areas, and have been published not only in Australia, but also in the countries like Singapore, China, Russia, Germany, and United Kingdom. He has been lecturing MBA and MIS students at some of the leading Australian universities. In 2013, he was being voted by students of Charles Sturt University as the university's #1 lecturer, narrowly missing the list of top 10 Australian lecturers. In 2003, he founded Boren Consulting, one of Australia's leading business consulting and training agency in the field of digital consulting and training services are currently available in Melbourne and Sydney of Australia, and in other countries like China, Singapore, and New Zealand. Welcome you, sir, for your deliberation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your hearty introduction. Hopefully my slides are...
Not yet.
Not yet. Yep. Hopefully my slides are visible now.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not super skilled in presenting in Google. I'm more used to the Zoom environment. And now that my years of experience got a mention, of course, it's sometimes scary to think how long I've been around for and how many things have been changing. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to talk about something I'm very passionate on: digital transformation. Where is it going to take us? We're obviously at the very start of the journey. So trying to understand which direction we're heading, whatever it's around the corner, and how to make this journey smooth as we can. So traditionally, of course, social change has been a very gradual process. We have been evolving as a society. We have been evolving over centuries, very clear, consistent agents of change, longitudinal processes where we keep searching for ways to make our lives better, to enhance the current processes, to get better and better over time. Very consistent and long-term plans to fulfill at personal level, at organizational levels, at government levels. And of course, traditionally, was hard to fast forward our proposed changes, impact delays, difficult to get messages across large communities. And of course, we would expect no change to occur over fast pace. But then came the brave new world, the digital world. And suddenly, the environment started changing dramatically. And suddenly, we no longer feel we're restricted by borders. We're no longer restricted by the fact that we're all over the globe. I'm having a great pleasure to talk to all of you today while being based in Australia, very far away from the lion's share of the audience today, I believe. And of course, even during the times of lockdowns, the times of curfews that we've been going through with COVID, still we were able to remain a single connected community. We were able to continue our work. This is the fantastic impact of the digital change. So suddenly we're having open platforms. And suddenly we're experiencing different kind of challenges. social divide giving way to digital divide. Suddenly access to resources is improved, and suddenly it's digital citizenship as opposed to geographic boundaries that define where we are, what we are to do, what kind of jobs we are to hold, and of course, whom we are to network with. My main academic appointment right now is with the Swiss University. The Swiss University is teaching its programs across a number of regions, but predominantly Africa and Middle East, and I'm based in Australia. So this is a very good illustration of how the world has been changing. So getting started with the open platform concept. Easy to get messages across now. Easy to establish communities of practice. Easy to work together from remote locations. And of course, on the slightly negative side, depending which way you are going to look at it, opportunities to be non-compliant with authorities. And of course, many business processes also come into the picture. Many technical processes, such as, for example, creation of cryptocurrencies, which are highly speculative to tax. Access to social construction. We can all contribute to social construction now because we have access to so many different troopers. We can share ideas with anyone and everyone. And of course, the new emerging concept of digital divide. People used to worry about many not having access to digital resources. Well, it's fair to say majority of the population does have access, at least in the so-called developed world. But what do we do with the resources? On paper, we may be having access, but what are we using the access for? Playing Candy Crush, Netflix, or studying, or enhancing our resume and applying for jobs and doing those respective jobs. This is also part of the digital divide, something that's often largely overlooked. Not just how you access the digital world, but what you get out of it, what you contribute to it. Are you given a chance to be a citizen, or are you just one of those who are a humble visitor to the digital world? So access to resources is there, but can we make the most out of it? And of course, new world order. Where you are doesn't matter. Digital democracy, free to express your views as long as Facebook or other providers of the communication channels don't block you. New communities of practice. Social enterprise. So many opportunities to develop not only the economic side, but the social side of business. Engage people who would otherwise be extremely difficult to engage, who are located at places where there's extremely difficult to do business locally. They can now consider remote opportunities, remote employment opportunities. Suddenly we can all be one family, at least on paper, at least we can strive to. So you can look at many examples of how things are getting better, such as social traders. Here in Australia, it's one of those organizations that are driving social enterprise towards becoming a norm. And of course, it is fantastic to see so many people who would otherwise not be able to extend their business presence, to be able to support for themselves, for their families, to grow personally, to grow their business. So how fantastic. And of course, the challenges. We've got to talk about the negatives. Community landscape. We do have an inclusive community, but can we understand which direction the community is going? Is it a better community? Fantastic to have access to digital resources, but does it mean that kids are not reading books anymore? Some do, but how many? What kind of books are they reading? And of course, the concept of disinformation and misinformation. So easy to access all the information. How much can we trust it? How misleading can it get? Cultural integration. It's fantastic. We have access to different cultural layers. So easy to learn about other cultures. But are we actually able
Dr. Boren, Dr. Baron, we are unable to hear you. I think you are muted.
Sorry, yes, all good now?
Yeah.
Not sure what happened. One of those magic technology issues. Apologies.
Kindly share it again.
Yes, about to do it. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Fantastic. So this is one of the things that sometimes highlighted, when we become reliant on technology. Those seemingly minor issues, such as lack of volume, can impact our communication. Sorry again. And of course, from macro context, what is happening to us? What is happening to languages? Language dominance. I have many international students in my classes, and all of them are so excited to keep working towards improvement of their usage of English. But what about the native languages, the home languages? I have some students who are multilingual. For instance, some of my students from India, they speak multiple languages. But when I ask them, so how many languages will your kids be speaking when growing up in Australia? English, of course. Maybe the language that you speak at home, for sure. What about other languages? Those coming from South America. Okay. English, for sure. Will you be able to preserve Spanish or Portuguese? What about if you belong to indigenous community over there? What about the indigenous languages? Are they going to survive within the family? Hard to tell. Too scared to think what the answer to this question could be. And of course, with marketplace, with COVID time marketplaces, with post-COVID, and I'm not even sure we're getting close to the post-COVID world just yet. What is going to happen? Greater resignation. We're talking about the great global resignation. New jobs are created. What about old jobs? True, we all need to upskill. What about those who are struggling to upskill? Those who don't have access to education? The regulated marketplaces, new social constructs, the concept of work-life balance, where we're supposed to be delighted to work from home, but so many end up being overworked as a result. So as you can see, it's questions and questions and questions. And do we have the answers? We keep saying the answers are yet to come, but when? And when they do come, are we going to be happy with those answers? And of course, the COVID factor. When talking about COVID, you have to bear in mind, being based in Melbourne, Australia, I've had a lot of personal experience to how COVID impacts the society, because Melbourne, before Shanghai, was the curfew capital of the world. And of course, it's been lockdown capital of Australia. So we've been locked down for months till fairly recently. and suddenly it's a totally different world. Some people like us, we don't seem to be affected much. We have education on our side. We can preserve our jobs. We can continue working online. For others, the new social paradigms is a bit of a challenge. If you have a factory job to go to, and your factory goes into lockdown, what do you do? How do you provide for yourself and your family? So digital transformation has the beginning, doesn't seem to be having an end. If there is one, obviously we don't know what it is going to be. And now something to consider. Whenever we go back, we always refer to going back to square one. We go to the very beginning, let's go back to square one. And with the recent development, with COVID, with all the changes happening around the globe, with the digital transformation, I think the question is going back to square one sufficient? Or shall we consider going further, possibly to the so-called square zero, turn over a new leaf, and maybe start understanding what the new digital world holds for us, what the future in this digital world holds? Because it is very clear that traditional social constructs either no more already or will be no more soon. And as someone who is based in Australia but working with a number of organizations around the globe, I can attest to the fact that it doesn't matter these days where you are, your physical location is of little significance. It doesn't matter so much what your background is. It's all about being part of this very fancy, very exciting, seemingly democratic, but very uncertain global community. So I've been looking at understanding what square one is all about, and as opposed to square zero, and what is it that should take us to square zero? Three factors, as traditional in data analytics: context, variables, and parameters. In the past, we used to adjust the parameters as we look back and try to understand where we went wrong. Now I think it's time to look into the context, the new context, the variables, the new elements, the new features that come into our lives, as well as the parameters, and understand where should we go from now. So I think as far as digital transformation is concerned, it's not as much about where we're now, it's about where we're heading. And hopefully this will be the paradigm for the future, for our future transformations. Thank you very much for your attention. It's a real honor to be here. And if there are any questions, I would be delighted to answer. And of course, I'm on LinkedIn. So anybody who would like to chat privately later, to network, to discuss possible joint projects, I'm always open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really enriching.
Thanks.
To continue the enhancement towards the knowledge, let me have our next speaker, Dr. Mutmaina S., who is a PhD from Negeri Makaskar University in English. Presently, she's working as a lecturer at Islam Negeri University, Alauddin Makaskar, Indonesia. Earlier, has worked at Al Azhar Mandar University, Indonesia, UT Majene, Indonesia, as head of Indonesian Language Department at Al Azhar University, Mandar. Has worked as a director of Women's Studies Center, West Sulawesi, Deputy Director of Language and Character Development, Institute Deputy Director, Quality Assurance Unit, Deputy Secretary of HISKI, Rayon, West Sulawesi, Vice Chairman of FKCA, Deputy Secretary of International Society Teachers. As administrator and researcher, served at ISTAR, Philippines, Nepal, Thailand. Has worked as coordinator and country ambassador for Charles Walter Society and Innovation Research India, International Board Professors and expert of Scientific Innovation Research Group, honorary member of Lumina Foundation for Integral Human Development, executive member of International Global Edu Leaders India, member of Standing Committee of EduClouds, International Education Officer at UK and India, member of Global Trainer Academy, Pakistan, International Ambassador of Peace, World Literary Forum for Peace and Humanities, International Goodwill and Ambassador of Abundance Consulting Academy Limited, Republic, Benin, Africa. Assistant Country Director of International Youth Society, United Nations in Nepal, editorial member of International Journal of Advanced Study and Research Work India, lead Philippine Peace Ambassador of Moyur Ponki Foundation, Bangladesh, United Nations Youth Ambassador. Has professional membership of EduCourse, India, Indonesia, Country Director, ADI Africa, International Ambassador, Peace, Education, Country, Ambassador of Tilparco International, Indonesia, India, Olpia, Ambassador for Education Board of Experts, member of Youth Diplomacy Forum, Pakistan. As well, she has 50 publications, 6 books, and around 200 keynote speeches to her credit. Welcome you, ma'am, for your worthy deliberation.
Thank you so much to my beautiful moderator, Dr. Lucy Dubey, for introducing me. And before I start my presentation, I want to say thank you so much for having me and invite me, my dear Professor Dr. Ajay, for your wonderful invitation. And then thank you so much to the Principal CARE College Bhopal and all of the sponsor team, organizing committee. Thank you so much for having me and invite me here. Allow me to share my screen. Okay. Yeah. A little bit my profile actually have introduced by moderator. My name is Dr. Nutmaina. You can call me Nina. I am lecturer in my university, Universitas Al Azhar Mandar, and this is some of my research ID. Feel free to cite my research over there. Well, today's we are going to discuss about the advanced research strategies for sustainable development, and I choose my topic about the importance of research, R&D perspective of research and development perspective. Today's menu, we are going to discuss about research and mankind, research and development in education, creating and designing containment material. For sustainable number 4, about quality of education, I want to share to you about the R&D itself, research and development. But before we are talk and discuss about R&D itself, let me share to you one by one the topic before we are going why R&D or research and development. This is a very important or this is the advanced research for this for today's. The first one about research and mankind. This is based on my opinion, my interpretation, and my observation about today's based on educational sector. Actually, we are accelerating digital transformation. And then I divided into the 5 highlight issue about this educational sector. And also, this is the 5 highlight issue cannot be as our research. And then this is related to the today's phenomenon that actually we have so many topic and interesting problem to investigate and then to do the research itself. The first one about injected artificial intelligence in education. I know we are familiar with this software and have so many benefits. And then when you are doing in your classroom, you are implementation this artificial intelligence, it will be have so many advantage and benefits for you and your student. Education transformation, yeah, we know we are familiar with this remote teaching, virtual classroom, distance education, and then we must be adapt with this ICT culture, information communication technology culture, and because of this condition, yeah, we are practice physical distancing and the social distancing by COVID-19. Of course, it have impact to our curriculum. And of course, we must be redesign our curriculum. Like in my country, in Indonesia, we have so many reconstruction about our curriculum itself. We are right now still manage the new model of curriculum like from our Ministry of Education policy about independent learning, independent campus, because yeah, you know, before COVID-19, mostly the educator in Indonesia, we are not familiar with this remote teaching, virtual classroom, ICT, and how we are integrate this technology in our learning and teaching process. And of course, by this situation, because of the COVID-19, we cannot be manage our classroom uh, whatever the student they are enjoy by hybrid, blended, or face-to-face itself. So in few smart digital classroom management, yeah, because everything to be going to be digital, and then to support the quality of education. Why the quality education? This is a very important because you know, in education we not only about transfer knowledge, but also how we are as educator. We must help our student, our staff, and also our friend as educator to increase the behavior, the attitude, the character, the value, and morality. I think this is very important. So by this to manage our smart digital classroom, yeah, we know, we understand right now we have namely LMS to handle everything to make a practice and effective learning management system. But the problem when we wanted to integrate all of our curriculum, administrator, everything into LMS, the problem is about the content itself. Because if when you are use this LMS, but the content still you are use conventional material, for example, it will be have a lot of problem with the user or from our student. So to manage the smart classroom, we must, as educator, we must be understanding about the triple quantum, namely quantum learning. Quantum learning, this is about the way we are learning. This is about the teacher and educator, the way we are learning right now, we must change, yeah, because everything by technology and internet, we are going globally, and so many a resource that we cannot be find by this when we are change the way we are learning. And also the quantum teaching about the way we are teaching right now, we must be understanding and then do so many research and read so many research how to manage our teaching in the classroom with the student-centered learning approach and consideration not only about the content of our material itself, but also what about the student well-being at school. So quantum technology, we must choose the friendly technology. I mean that here we understand what is the student condition. We must use this the technology related to the student condition. I mean that the familiar technology between the student and the teacher itself. Yeah, we are mobilized e-learning right now. We can be doing so many collaboration. Like in Indonesia, we have a namely transfer credit with another university, local university, national university into international university. Even we are doing by online like today's, I think this is very effective. So mobile learning is main digital support. Yeah, we know that, and we are. This is the phenomena right now that so many we cannot be doing by this when we are going into digital. To support mobile learning, to support the digital, we are as educators, we must going to be digital, and also the student as the learner, they must be going to be a digital learner or digital student. So the next about the cybergogy. Cybergogy, this is one of the theory if you wanted to combine between the technology and pedagogy. This is one of theory from Wang Engkang, namely cybergogy. But in this cybergogy, we are not talking about the pedagogy and the technology itself, but also this is about how we are as educators, we help our students to improve their metacognitive skill, knowing how to learn. And then we can be into the freedom to learn. So digital vaccine, yeah, today we are in the society 5.0 and we have the challenge how to about the industry revolution 4.0 about how we are manage our student, our activities in the classroom, our material to make the student the way they are thinking into the higher order thinking skill, doing creativity and doing innovation. Not only about that, but also doing collaboration and or the teamwork, or namely to support the 21st century skill. So let's have a look about the UNICEF, UNESCO, and World Bank about they have launching the mission recovery of education last year, and until now this is the priority like in Indonesia about how to support the address learning loss among the student and to incorporate digital technology in our learning and teaching process, and also about the well-being of the student itself. So what about the research and mankind? This is we understanding about what is the relationship between the problem difficulties with the human kind. I mean that here we know by the research we can be sharing so many information, and then we can be have a problem solving about the so many problem and challenge like today's based on educational sector to support the quality of education. We can be practice so many technology in our learning and teaching process, but based on the research, we can be use one by one or step by step to adapt with our classroom. So the function of the research, we understand this is about the how to one of about develop and evaluate the method I mean that here, like today's, so many technologies, so many tools, so many platforms that we can be used to help our students. But remember the important thing about not only we are focused about the use, how to teach and how to use this technology, but how we are use this technology to support our student with the higher order thinking skill. Yeah, so there is a product. Yeah, we know that all of us here, we are educators, we are academians also. By this research, we will be doing dissemination by article, book chapter, magazine, or product of education, monograph, reference book, or teaching module. And also we get the novelty to by our research. So the relationship of research and mankind problem, we understanding that so many phenomena and variety problem we are faced in our society, and also based on education sector. This is very important and have a good relationship between the research. I mean that here we are totally have so many problem when we are how to say, when we are incorporate technology in our learning and teaching.
Dr. Mana, sorry to interrupt. There is only single slide which is stuck up over here.
Really? Wait.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, wait me to say, come back.
Yeah.
What about this? Can you see?
Yes.
Or maybe we cannot full.
Now it is moving. Now it is moving.
Yeah. We cannot be full screen. Okay. So the second topic about research and development in education. Let me introduce to you one of the research methodology. Sometimes we are familiar like by using quantitative, qualitative, but this is research and development actually one of the methodology that actually how to say, this is related to the mixed method. So research and development in education, this is the process to develop and validate educational product. So the educational product, what is educational product? The educational product, this is, for example, like a specific curriculum, or you are design the new curriculum, for example, teaching method, educational media, or a technology, a textbook or module, and also about the classroom management model. This is the educational product. By when you are implementation R&D or research and development methodology, it will be help you to do this research. So R&D, this is consists of studying research finding. This is to develop. For example, maybe we do same topic, but we cannot be the product of our product. It will be different. For example, that when we choose the topic about the technology, maybe in India different finding with in Indonesia finding. So it will be will be different product itself. So R&D, this is the flowchart of R&D. Actually, there are 10 phases if you want to designing your material, for example, by using research and development. Actually, the first thing to do about need analysis, you must be identify what is your student want, your student need, and your student lack. So everything your material, this is not from yourself, but this is related from your student. What is your student want? What is your student need? This is not from what is educator want. So after you can do some of the interview, for example, or give the student the questionnaire before you are identify what is actually your student characteristic, for example. And then this is the 10 step phase. You can in the second you can be formulate your planning, how you are after identify what is your preliminary research, and you can be identify what is your student general characteristic, for example their learning style, and you can be develop your lesson plan or your syllabus based on this your finding. So you can develop preliminary form of product like a prototype. For example, if you wanted to designing a books, for example, from based on your student need. So you can be develop your prototype, maybe 3 or 5 chapter, and then you can test in this prototype in the small classroom. After that, you can doing the revision, your product, doing validation, and then testing again into the a big class, and the next testing again into the one university, or you can dissemination into another university. This is the example if you wanted to doing this R&D, research and development. So one of the model, if you wanted to designing your material, for example, by using Azure, I will share to you how to developing your material by using Azure. What is Azure? Azure, this is the acronym from Analyze Learner, that this is related to the R&D itself. You must be identify the general characteristic of your student, what is the entry competencies and their learning style. Like in Indonesia, in my class, most of the students, the learning style, they are in the visual and auditory. So we must be designing our material related to the student characteristic. So state the objective. This is what your student need to learn, and we can be formulate our learning outcome assessment, and then we can be give them the outcome about to achieve their competence or their skill. This is based on the student life. For example, you find your student like in my class, mostly the student they are very low in speaking, so we can be formulate the outcome how to increase their speaking skill, for example. And then we can be select method, media, and material. Of course, we can be select this method like by using a student-centered learning approach, and the media and the material, yeah, related what is the student want and the student need. So utilize media material. We can be preview the material, provide the instruction, prepare the environment. Maybe if you use the combine some the technology, you must prepare the environment like blended learning environment, and also you must be have a good infrastructure in your classroom. So require learner participation. Yeah, we can be manage them into the discussion, group discussion. They can be doing a collaboration. So in the end of the semester, we can be do evaluation and revision or doing reflection about our product itself. So this is the example of my student questionnaire. Totally, mostly they are familiar with the social media, and also they are wanna be the material from film, from song, and also from visual or a video, and then from novel. Yeah. So the next, mostly they are engaged their English outside the classroom, like by watching online, and then they are very enjoy to read selected article, blog or journal, use online dictionary, and so many. They are very interesting and engaged with this these tools, like for example. So they are believe that the social media will be help them more to learn better. So related to the student questionnaire, and this is the last year about the people in the world, yeah, actually familiar by using Facebook or the social media like YouTube, WhatsApp, and also in Indonesia people, and I believe my student also in this characteristic, they are familiar with YouTube, WhatsApp, and Instagram, Facebook. So that's why we are in Indonesia very familiar by using WhatsApp. So what about YouTube audience and overview in Indonesia? Mostly the potential audience in Indonesia by using YouTube, they are very, mostly they are interesting by using YouTube. So what about if we wanted to designing our material by using this YouTube, for example, and using a film? I connected to my student condition also. Yeah, same. They are totally very interesting with by using film or song in our teaching material. So this is the example, the syllabus. If you wanted to designing your material by using research and development methodology, you can choose. This is the example of the how to say the method, teaching method like project-based learning based on Jen Piesa and John Dewey theory, and two the activities you can design in by Gagnon and even interactional design, and also the last about how to help them to get their higher order thinking skill. So this is the example of the lesson plan if you wanted to designing related to the by using R&D. After you identify your student want, your student need, you can be engage them by using project-based learning, because this is student-centered learning approach, and this is the activities by using Gagnon, and all of them will be connected into to help your student to achieve the higher order thinking skill itself. This is the piece, this is the project-based learning phase. There are three phase: in context, discover, and share. In Gagnon, pre-interactional phase, post-interactional phase, and then into the and then based on the Bloom taxonomy, not only about we just ask them to remembering and understanding, but how we can be help them into doing creativity. So the digital tools you can choose one of related to the phase, like in the, if you ask them to do remembering and understanding, you can ask them to Googling, applying and analyzing. For example, you can use Padlet, and evaluating, you can ask them to do video recording and then upload it into TikTok and, for example, by using YouTube. So this is the example of my books. I designing my books. This is module for the student based on the student want, the student need, by using film, by using novel, by using short story, by using poem, by using drama, and this is related to the literary work. Why I develop my course book? Yeah, because this is based on my research, and the student want the material from this they want the material from film. So we are designing our material in the books by using film. So this is the example of the film that actually I have doing in my classroom. Yeah. This is the film. If you see this the film, how this film help your student into the higher order thinking skill. Yeah. This is the step of the phase related to the Bloom taxonomy in the 1R. You can ask them before watching the film. This is the film, this is your content, your material. You can ask them to remember and understanding about the film. After that, they will be presenting and they will be analyzing what is the content of your material, and also the practice they will be discussed. So in the production, they will be write a composition, and then they record themselves to do the summary about the content by this film, and the last they will be answer the question. This is the film, and then in the book, this is the book. So the book, in the book, all of the assignment, the evaluation, this is also from the film itself. Yeah, when I apply in the classroom, totally the student use their smartphone, the material on the smartphone. And also, yeah, we know that they are very very happy and fun with this situation, because this is day one, the material they want by film. So the last topic about designing and creating a fun assignment, why we must designing and creating our material related or based on the student want, the student need, because yeah, we see that our student, they are different with us, so we must accept and we must teach differently. We must teach based on the student. The student come back again, the student characteristic. And then our student, they are the Gen Z, they are familiar with the technology, but even they are born with digital, they are familiar with the technology, smartphone, laptop, or something like that. But they are very low for a self-direct and self-determined in learning. They don't know how to use this technology to support their higher order thinking skill. So that's why as educators, we must be help them to do this experience in our classroom step by step. So we understanding about the higher order thinking skill. This is related to the 21st century skill. And what about how we are identify that we are as educator, we are implementation this 21st century skill in our classroom. So I divided into three indicators if you wanted to identify yourself that you are actually integrating integrating the 21st century skill in your classroom, in academic, in social, and in civic. For example, in academic, I think we know about the student must be doing communication in the classroom, demonstrate their ability how to solve problem by using higher order thinking, reasoning skill, and utilize the technology. But the example problem in communication, like in my classroom, I have 45 students, and when I'm asking them to doing interaction in the classroom, to sharing their ideas, their opinion in communication in the classroom, maybe only seven students active to doing the discussion in the classroom. So what about another student? They are only silent and passive in the classroom. So what should we do? So I mean that here when we identify this is actually not effective, when only 7 students from 45 students doing communication. So the 20% skill not achieved in this situation. For example, you can ask them to record themselves, like in my classroom. I ask them to record themselves to share their knowledge, to share their opinion, recording, and they upload it into their YouTube account. So we can be access and see most of the students, they are comfortable when they are recording themselves. When we asking why you are not sharing your ideas in front of your friend, mostly they are not confident and anxiety when they are told in front of their friends or their lecture. Social, doing collaboration. Today, we are as educators, we are very happy. We are actually, integrating a 21st century skill because we are doing collaboration from many countries or all around the world. So in the CPIC, participate as a member of local, global, and digital society. So in my student, I have a very challenge in the social collaboration. They are just only doing social collaboration with their friend in the classroom. I think this is not related to the 21st century skill. We must still give them motivation to do the collaboration with another student in another university or in another country. Yeah, why we must designing our material? This is related to we must understand the 5 Ks, 21st century skill and behavior that the teacher need to think. This is a very important. I hope all of you, all of us, we can be together. Um, yeah, understanding about this behavior and the skill that we must be understand. Learning is no longer a solo activity. The teacher is no longer the only person in teaching. Remember, our students, they are different with us. So one of one of the example, if you wanna to designing your material by using funtainment or fun activities, education and entertainment, you can use film like my research. Mostly the student, they want to by using film and soon by using games also. Yeah, we understand this is some of the studies that related to the edutainment that actually support the contribution to the future of education, and it will be help us to support the quality of education. I have shared to you about the issue research and development and why we must designing our material with based on the student condition, the student one. This is so many education, entertainment concept. This is related to the constructivism, and we want our students they can be doing construct their knowledge by themselves, and the teacher help learner to construct their own personal learning environment. Yeah, of course. About the fine-tunement, I have a launching in my article, so you can free to access in my research guide, and also my research about fine-tunement. Actually, this is by using YouTube, games, film, and song as the material, and also this is support the 4C or 21st century skill. The student believe they can be their communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creative, innovative, doing creativity and innovation in the classroom by this fine time. They are confident by themselves right now. The example of virtual reality, this is related to the containment concept. That so many platforms and tools of technology you can also use to help your student. So we must be understanding that so many technology we cannot be used, but you must be identified right now from remembering until creating. This is to support the Bloom taxonomy or higher order thinking skill. Yeah, so many technology with so many skill. Yeah, sometimes the student asks why we must use so many technology, so many tools, because the technology have a different purpose. Like in communication, we can choose the emerging technology by using Facebook, collaboration maybe still by using Facebook, but critical thinking and problem solving we can use Padlet for example. You can do the research based on this phenomenon. Artificial intelligence also. This is the example of Padlet. Yeah, my classroom when I use artificial intelligence, that actually I told you before that totally the student, they are confident right now to share their knowledge, to speak, to doing communication. Yeah. This is my student. We have a big member of the student, not only by using how to say artificial intelligence, online informal learning, the games, and also by using virtual reality. They are doing collaboration. They are doing interaction with their friends. This is virtual reality in the classroom. So the student asked to do outdoor. So they are, we give them comic, manga tune, outdoor. Yeah, we choose outdoor. So what about the student if they don't have internet connection? Nothing can stop education. So the quality of education, this is in the hand of the teacher or educator. So we use technology. This is to make our learning and teaching process to be more practical, effective, and efficient. The pedagogy is the driver. The technology is the accelerator. So thank you for having me and listening to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was really enriching. To coordinate further, now I most humbly invite Dr. Anita Singh, Assistant Professor, Career College, Bhopal. Thank you, Dr. Muchi, madam. Very good morning to all. I'm extremely overwhelmed to introduce such an eminent, generous, and knowledgeable personality, Dr. Meera Asmi. To summarize her CV was like churning the ocean. I was really hard to introduce her in few words, as she has a lot to her credit. Dr. Meera Asmi, a chairwoman of We Grow Forest Foundation, a registered non-profit organization founded by a group of women to foster a public understanding of the forest ecosystem across the world to make the planet green and save the natural habitats for the generation to come. And she is state president, Kerala Human Resource Council of the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kerala, India. And she is also a director in Virtual Name Connect Private Limited from December 2019. She is a general manager in Kazin Projects and the Constructions Private Limited, Thrissur. And she is also a manager in Human Resource in Kannur International Airport Limited. She is also an adjunct faculty in School of Management Studies in National Institute of Technology, Calicut. And she is also a lecturer in CIAL under Coaching International Airport Limited. And she is also a human resource manager for AL Tamimai Projects at LLC, Dubai. She is also a lecturer cum facilitator for the Institute of Management in Government Kerala from December 2004 to the June 2006. She is also a faculty member of MHRD, Government of India, New Delhi. She has more than 19 years of experience in government, non-profit sector, collegiate and education, and corporate sector. And now she received honorary doctorate holder in women empowerment and rural development and MBA professional. She has completed coursework that is linked to the fellowship in management in Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, West Bengal in 2009. She has received a Social Innovator Award, the 4th International NGO and CSR Summit held in Thailand, June 2019. She has also received the Gandhi Samaj Award for valuable contribution in the field of women empowerment and national integration in May 2019. She has been awarded the honorary doctorate in women empowerment and rural development by International Peace University, Germany in April 2019. She has also received National NGO Excellence Award for Old Age Care at the 4th National NGO and CSR Summit, Hyderabad in February 2019. She has awarded National Eligibility in Lecturership in Management and Junior Research Fellowship by UGC in 2005. She won prize in an entrepreneurial competition conducted by US Software Technology Private Limited, Technopark, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala in 2001 and 2002. She has gaining vast experience in project and research publication. She is expertise in the strategic human resource management, marketing of services, advertising and promotion, and entrepreneurship, innovation, and so on. She is expert in undertaking transformation program. She is also a lifetime membership in All India Management Association, New Delhi. She has National Institute of Personal Management membership also of the New Delhi. She has also a membership in Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in WEF, ALL, AINA. She has also worked as administrative assistant in Mentor International Business School, Kerala from October 2002 to November 2003. She worked with Mentor Consultancy Services, Thiruvananthapuram as project consultant from September 1997 to September 2002. She has recognized training need at assessor in public sector, private sector, and government sector also. She has conducted training in pre-services and services training from 2004 to 2006. Now, she is working as the director in Virtual Name Connect Private Limited from December 2019. I hope I have done justice to summarize this extensive CV of Dr. Meera, and I am extremely delighted to brief about you, ma'am. It is an honor and a privilege for us, ma'am, to have you with us today. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anita. It's really humble to hear the introductory section from you. Thank you so much. Respected dignitaries of Career College and respected dignitaries from Research Foundation of India. It's always been a pleasure to be in the platform with Research Foundation of India. And I think I'm audible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, okay. So I'll not take much time because it's a very hot, sunny afternoon, and I'm sure that, students are more than, fatigued with all the lecture sections and other things. So I'll not take much time. The topic for the discussion is about sustainable development and the research attributes towards sustainable development practices. So sustainability is something like a buzzword that has gained more importance after the the pandemic situation. So everybody understood the need for sustainability and how to combat climate resilience and other things. So sustainability is becoming the buzzword of the century. We can say that it's becoming the buzzword of the century. So there are a lot of research and developments undertaken in this particular area. But at the same time, what actually is happening around us, we need to understand that each one of us is responsible for ensuring sustainable practices in and around our environment. That is something that is like a personal responsibility, that is an individual responsibility that has to be catered by each and every individual. There will be research and other developments happening across the continent. There will be theories coming up. There will be research and analysis happening, but it is our individual responsibility to ensure that we stick on to sustainable practices. So when we talk about sustainable practices, we should understand that each and every individual is actually contributing to carbon emissions. It is actually threatening to the existence of the planet itself, because the greenhouse effect is going beyond control. And the climate has changed over years, and severe droughts and floods. The climate itself has become completely, the weather itself has become completely, we cannot even predict what is going to happen when it comes to seasons these days. So all these are a serious situation, and every day we are loaded with a lot of information that planet is going to get dried out soon. We need to do something. Who's going to take the responsibility? No one. There is no specific group, no task group coming forward to do this. It is every individual's responsibility. So when, as being students of a prestigious college like career college, and the topic for discussion is about the research strategies that has to be followed for sustainable development, you have to ensure one thing, that what exactly is the topic that you want to do. When you talk about research, this is a very, very, very complicated and a responsible phenomenon. So if you are a research scholar, or if you are interested in pursuing a research activity, you need to understand that what you are going to undertake is a serious responsibility. When it comes to sustainability or sustainable practices, it is something of very high importance. So I'm sure that there are a lot of technical sections coming up with respect to the research methodologies and other attributes in this regard, but I will just shorten myself with the sustainable practices. I, being representing Uyghur Forest Foundation, it is an NGO, it is an environmental NGO practicing in India. And I'm very proud to say that we are an environmental NGO who is actually getting accredited by the United Nations on various activities, including cleaning of shores. That is a recent activity which we have undertaken, and we are getting accreditation from the United Nations in this regard. And that is a great achievement, because this started the whole NGO. We started as a forum of women who were actually very keen to make up some changes in the environment towards ensuring forestry activities, especially the urban forestry activities. So when we started doing it, we understood that it is not just a planting drive or something that we need to concentrate on. We understood the responsibilities on a higher end, and that is where we started going for the green consulting services for the companies and for the government of India. And we are happy to say that we are actually associated with Government of India in most of the projects, especially the flagship program of Government of India, that is the Green India Mission, where by 2030 we'll be completing near to 10 million hectares of land that will be converted into a fruit forest. That is a signatory services that we are coming up with. We're coming up with the fruit forest. Why fruit forest? It is only because we want to develop an ecosystem that is going to create a flora and fauna that is going to get beneficial not just to the mankind, but to the flora, fauna, insects, butterflies, everything. Because we need to revive the greenery. So when it comes to when we talk about this planting drives and creating fruit forest, or we're talking about urban forestry, what we are really talking is about the green economy. See, when we talk about a development of an organization, what is more important is how to revive the economy, especially after the pandemic situation that has hit so hard across the world. Now the ideology is how to revive the economy. And when we talk about reviving the economy, the buzzword is about green economy, because whatever activities we undertake, we need to ensure that the activities undertaken by the corporates or by the government or by the individuals should stick on to the sustainable practices. So by ensuring that we are doing sustainable practices, we are actually saving a lot. we are actually saving a lot in the sense we are actually saving energy, we are saving a lot of resources. So now, we all know that the fossil fuels are getting depleted in in no time gets depleted. So now the next generation of electric vehicles has come up. So it is actually going to gain momentum. That it is actually a product of a lot of research and development. And Tata is one of the eminent personalities in this sector where come up with the electric vehicles. And we, being the NGO, we have taken up the responsibility to ensure that we are going to spread the message of, utilizing more electric vehicles and consuming less of fossil fuel vehicles. So we are actually planning to go for a green voyage, traveling from the tip of Kerala, that is Cape Comorin, from Kanyakumari district, to the jewel of India, that is the Kashmir. So, the time is very limited and we are planning to do it by next month, subject to the, coordination from the government of India. And we are just waiting for some confirmation from government of India, because this is actually, we are doing it for government of India, and the message is very clear. We want to, make sure that people understand about the need for sustainability, the need to save energy, the need to go for alternate sources of energy, going to switching on to these vehicles or to electric vehicles, other than the fossil fuel vehicles. So these are certain messages that we try to convey from our end. So when we talk about sustainable development, we actually practice this. I'm actually proud to say that we are actually practicing it. So, I, being a part of our environmental NGO, I request each and everyone to kindly, see your activities. We are a Vigo Forest Foundation, and you can know that we are actually undertaking a lot of sustainable practices. We are ensuring we are contributing to green learning platform. We're contributing to reviving the green economy. So we are actually looking forward to have many like-minded people who can actually join our campaign, because this is not a group responsibility. This is an individual responsibility. Everybody wants to do something towards the planet, and they don't know what actually they need to do. So what we do is that we actually coordinate all the like-minded people in this category, and we actually come up with a lot of projects for the government of India. So if you are really looking forward, if you really want to understand about the sustainable development, sustainable practices, do it yourself. You be part of some sustainable projects, understand what exactly is happening, how to revive the economy using the green efforts, how to make the organizations go lean. If you're a research scholar, if you're very serious about the research, you should actually understand what is actually happening in the environment, what is happening in the country, and how we can go about it. Until and unless you understand the real situation that is happening within the country, you cannot go any further in any research or any other activities. So be a team player, join hands with any environmental organization, do your best. That is how you ensure that you are coming up with the sustainable practices. So please log on to www.vigroforest.org, and you can be part of a lot of government initiatives, government of India projects. Many of them are there, and we actually require real players to be part of us. So I will not take much time, because it is a very hot afternoon, and I'm very sure that you're waiting for your lunch break. So all the very best, and thank you so much for inviting me for this in this occasion. Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. Thank you, Dr. Ajesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for wordy words. Now I welcome Dr. Pranjal Chandra, who is an amazing, generous, and knowledgeable individual, and I am honored to introduce him. He is a PhD at FICS, MNASC, MRSC, London, who did PhD from the Institute of Biophysio-Sensor Technology, Busan, National University, Busan, South Korea. and he done postdoctoral training at the Technion, the Israel Institute of Technology, Israel. And he has 120 research articles in reputed journals and 18 books. Visiting scientists at IBST, South Korea. The research contributions are highly interdisciplinary, spanning a wide range in nanobiotechnology, nanobiosensors, lab-on-chip systems for biomedical diagnostics, and nanomedicines. His work has been highlighted in the World News of Royal Society of Chemistry, Cambridge, as a new system for cancer detection, and also featured in a key scientific article in the Global Medical Discovery News Canada. A recipient of many prestigious awards and fellowships, such as Ramanujan Fellowship and Early Career Research Award, Government of India, BK21, and NRF Fellowship of South Korea. Technion Postdoctoral Fellowship, Israel University of Montreal Postdoc Fellowship, Canada, and the NMS Young Scientist Award in 2016. He is an assistant professor and Ramanujan Fellow also. He is a fellow of the Indian Chemical Society, member in Indian National Young Academy of Sciences, and SA advisor, Biomedical Sensor Domain System, IET, London, United Kingdom, Laboratory of Biophysio-Sensors and Nano-Bioengineering, School of Biochemical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, Varanasi. Sir, please.
Hello.
Dr. Pranjal.
Yeah, Dr. Anita, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. All right. So I think that my slides are visible, right?
It's visible, sir.
All right. Thank you. So I'd like to thank the organizer for giving this opportunity, and I'll be talking about the sensors related to healthcare and other things. So basically, what happens when we call a sensor, basically. So actually, I'm getting some echo from the background. So I think somebody's mic is open. Hello.
Sir, yes, sir, visible. Yes,
actually,
sir. Audible, sir. Audible, sir.
Okay. Right. So I'll be talking about the sensor-based healthcare devices, and just a moment. Some issues. Hello. Yeah. So I'll be talking about sensor-based healthcare devices, design and commercial impacts. So what I'm going to talk today is basically that what we study at Indian Institute of Technology, Varanasi, okay, and the nanobiosensors, a new wave in diagnostics, and the example of nano-engineered sensing system with some standard molecule as a case study. So if you see this slide, basically, it is very much evident that how healthcare and biomedical device industry works basically. So this is the part of the Indian system, that how much percentage it is contributing at a global interface. So these are the challenges basically. The challenge lies in the sophistication of the pathological labs, the trained technicians, the higher cost, and so on.
Hello, Dr. Pranjal.
Yeah?
We are unable to hear you. I think you are muted.
No, actually I'm not muted.
Okay.
Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So these are the challenges basically, as I mentioned, and these are the possible solutions that what we can offer to the society, right? So the basic thing is what we are interested in: the early diagnosis of the disease, and affordable point of care devices can be one of the solutions. And the most important thing is what the reagent preparation and the storage condition should also be considered when we are talking about the devices or the sensor systems. So in this slide particularly, I'll explain that what we are doing basically in my lab. So I'll take a few of the examples from this particular slides, which I'll be discussing in detail in my coming slides. So these are the areas like nanomedicine we are working, paper microfluidics and biosensors we are working, micro analysis based on the biomolecular sensing we are doing that, and a lot of materials we are making in the lab, for example like iron oxide, gadolinium mix samples, nanorattles, bimetallic system, nano sheets, dendrites, and so on. And another is the bioelectronics, where we use the sensors for ex vivo, in vivo, in vitro, and so on. These are the site where we test that. So if I tell you that what are the sensor system, it's nothing, it's a bioanalytical device which detects the specific molecules, and after the interaction, there is a biological event, and then you get the signal out of that. So this is the classical example where the receptor has interacted with the markers, which is present in diverse matrix, and there is an event and there is a transduction. So that's how it works basically in case of the sensors. All right. So how the lab looks like in near future. So this is one of the system which is called as a lab on a chip system, and whatever people are doing separately, it can be done on a miniaturized lab, a miniaturized chip basically. So that is why it is called as a lab on a chip technology, right? So the classical example of this system is a PCR, or separation of the various molecule like HPLC, what we can separate and we can detect in the system, right? So the scope of sensors, what we are doing over the years in my lab, is basically you can extend the implementation of sensors in various type of developments, right? Or various kind of the matrices or industries rather. So one of the example is the fermentation industry, one is the biomedical analysis, environmental monitoring, water quality, recycling, food processing industry, pharmaceutical industry, and so on. So these are the scope of the sensor basically, right? Now, I'll tell you basically that when we start studying about the sensor, or some of the new people who are interested to study about the sensor system, they have to understand what they want to detect basically, right? If somebody is interested to have a glucose, so the strategy will be different. If somebody is interested in cancer biomarker, the strategy will be different. So that's what to detect is the very important thing, and then after that process. Hello. Hello.
Please mute yourself, everybody. Please mute yourself.
So after this process, there is a schematics. Basically, we just conceptualize that we want to make this kind of the device, right? And this is the hypothetical model. And after that, we go for the fabrication. It means you have to dip your hands. It means that you have to do the experimentation, and after this whole process, you go for the characterization. It means whatever we are talking is been correctly developed or fabricated or not. Then we do the optimization, then analytical performance. I'll give you one example in the slide number 10, where you will understand the meaning of the analytical performance, right? And after that, we have to go for a real sample. For example, if you develop a glucose sensor and it is not able to detect the glucose in the blood, that's meaningless basically, right? So that is very, very critical when we develop any kind of sensors. Interference, right? So if glucose is tested, in addition to the glucose, somebody is also getting the signal because of other mono or disaccharides. That is another problem. So it should only detect a glucose, just for an example, and the stability, of course. So as I mentioned, that everything is the label, right? So if you see this part, basically, this is very common example. That's why I've taken this particular example. Like below 70 is a hypoglycemic condition, and above 150 is a hyperglycemic condition. So the performance means what? It should detect from 20 to, for example, 400 or 500 mg per dl, right? So this is one of the criteria to design a sensor system, right? So as I mentioned here, so if you develop a sensor, how to explain the performance. We explain the performance with reference to the LOD, which is called as the limit of detection. LOQ is the limit of quantification. Dynamic range, it means you increase the concentration, and with concentration the signal is keep on increasing, and that has a particular linearity, right? And LOL basically is limit of linearity. It means till this point the relationship between the concentration and the signal is linear, right? Okay, so now there is another concept which talks about that whether the nanomaterials interest is important to be used in the sensor system or not. The answer is yes, although there are various examples which talks that it is not a mandatory thing to use the nanomaterials. But anyway, so I'll give you the importance how the material, why the material should be incorporated, and these are the reason for that. The conjugation of the receptor, for example. So if you're using this nanocomposite system, you can anchor the antibody or any other receptor or enzyme or DNA or anything, right? So another approach is what is a miniaturization and non-enzymatic approach. If you see any of the glucose sensor or any kind of a uric acid sensor, they largely use the glucose oxidase. So if you want to replace the glucose oxidase, you can just tune some of the nanomaterials, and the nanomaterial will work as an enzyme, and that system is called as a non-enzymatic approach, right? So the last one is the signal amplification. This is just a cartoon. You can see this red curve is basically because of what? This is because of the signal which has been obtained without nanomaterials, and when you incorporate a nanomaterial in the matrix, the signal is improvised. So these are the examples which clearly suggest that yes, we can introduce the nanomaterial in the system, right? So now I'll come straight to the point where I'll explain you that how the sensors what we have developed in my lab and various prototypes, I'll explain one by one. So the type of sensor what we have selected is the miniaturized biosensor for ALP detection, which is the alkaline phosphatase in various biological matrix. So before going into the detail, I'll explain the story or the concept of the personalized diagnosis. Basically, so what happens? So he's basically a professor who wanna check his blood sugar level or any of the the sample, but when he went to the diagnostic center, there is a long queue. So he was wondering that, oh, I'm very much exhausted. I paid a lot of money and I spent a lot of time in order to get a single report. So when he met the doctor, the doctor said, okay, everything is fine. But the professor was thinking that why not we can develop our own personalized diagnostic system. And when people think about these concepts, they immediately talk about the sensor system. We cannot keep a big HPLC in our pocket, but we can keep like a pregnancy strip or a COVID-19 antigen testing kit or a malaria testing kit or any such kind of kit in the pocket, right? So that is the concept of the personalized diagnosis. And a few of the examples for this case is what, as I mentioned, malaria, HIV, COVID-19, sugar testing, and so on. So these are the examples where you can see the importance of these type of the matrix for the quick analysis. Now, this is one of the market report which clearly suggests the importance of these metrics, how much money is involved in terms of US dollar in billion. So these are just a report. Now I'll come to the a little technical part. That alkaline phosphatase is basically an enzyme which has a lot of roles. It levels is basically controlled in various aspects like milk, gallbladder, liver disease, and so on. So these are the metrics where somebody is interested in the concentration of the ALP, and this triggered our mind to develop the generic sensor which can be able to detect ALP in the diverse matrix. So this is approach one, where you will see basically that we have developed a sensor very precisely and very effectively. The story starts from a punching machine which is in every office nowadays. So we punch a paper, Wattman paper, and the disk is coming out of that, and we have done a lot of wet chemistry on that. And after that process, we have anchored the antibody, which is a receptor system, right? And after this process, it is going to interact with the respective alkaline phosphatase, which is either present in the buffer in a standard condition, or in the test condition, it is present either in a milk or in a serum. So when we exposed this part, it made a complexation reaction here. And then after this complexation reaction, the substrate BCIP was treated, and eventually there is a dimeric reaction, and this final 5,5 dibromo 4,4 dichloro indigo colored has been appeared. So this reflects that the sensor is able to detect the alkaline phosphatase in a yes or no condition. It is there or it is not there. But we were further interested to know the exact level of that. So to find those solutions, what we did, we just integrate the system with the DIC, that is called as a digital image calorimetry, right? And the whole process of how to do that, it takes about less 13 minutes, right? So the innovation in this case is what we have used a waste paper disc, which nobody used that basically, right? So it is a low cost affordable technology. There is no instrumentation is involved in case of the sensor for qualitative assay, which is a yes no. And of course you need a mobile handphone to in order to know the exact level concentration precisely. So it is tested in various real samples, and it can be operated by anybody, right? So after this process, what we have done, we have just tested this in a milk sample from the Amul, since Amul doesn't contains the alkaline phosphatase after pasteurization, because as I mentioned earlier, this is the indicator of the pasteurization, right? So when you pasteurize the milk, there is no ALP. So we spike this in the buffer in a milk, and then we tested the concentration, that is called as a percentage recovery scientifically, and this is the equation which talks about the level of the alkaline phosphatase in a given milk sample. So you can see in this here that all the concentration recovery is more than about almost 90%. So it says that the sensor what we have developed is very much powerful, and it is able to detect the alkaline phosphatase in the milk matrix. Now this is the final design. This is the, you can see the dimensions here, and you can see this here before and after how it looks like. So this is a 5 rupee Indian coin, and it is smaller than that. So this is the portability you can keep in the wallet. This is the final deliverable. You can see if you don't have a mobile phone, you can simply compare the concentration for a range of the concentration of the alkaline phosphatase, and weight is almost nothing. It's like 0.38 grams, right? So this was highly celebrated work. We got a lot of media highlights, and it was appeared in the Rajya Sabha TV and like 400, 500 plus news agency across the globe. Most important, this was also listed in the top 12 most innovative sensors of all kind globally by Associated Press USA. All right. So we also got, appreciation from the then HRD minister, and that's all. So the first stage is what we developed a sensor, as I mentioned, that you can go for the colorimetric analysis, where you can see the color, you can tell that. But somebody can ask us that, sir, if you're taking the mobile phone images, you're processing it, then it takes a lot of hell time. And moreover, the white light effect from outside, it may definitely going to contribute in signal up and down. So we wanted to rectify this situation, and then we landed up with a new concept of the personalized sensing device, which we called as an optimizer. So in this case, this is what the engineering developed in my lab. It's already in the patent stage. Already we have submitted it. And then this is the chips what we have fabricated. You just keep this chip here. This is the tunnel, basically this part, or this part. This is a tunnel where the chip will not be affected due to the external light source. So sorry. So this is basically on the basis of Raspberry Pi system, right? There is an imaging tunneler test strip, and strip holder is there. So this will avoid those challenges what we faced in the previous study. So if you compare the all situation is what, right from the sampling and other things, the earlier case it takes like 30 minutes. In this case it takes like only 20 seconds for the whole data. So I wanted to show this video. I don't know, if you can see the operation of this system using on this particular link. So if you guys want, I can show you later on. But this is the already tested system with multiple samples, right? So anyway, so now what is approach 2? In approach 1, you have seen the color was making the whole story with reference to the data output. Now in case of the approach 2, we wanted to reduce, or we wanted to overcome more complications, right? So that the molecule itself should give a signal, right? So the protein is a non-conducting material, and the whole idea in this case is what? The conductor, semiconductor, and insulator. So what happens? The current will pass maximum in this case, followed by this one and followed by this one. So when the protein is interacting with the antibodies, the conductivity of the system is reduced, right? So on the basis of this idea, we developed this sensor surface. This is a flexible electronics chip basically, and we put a lot of materials. I'll not go into detail. This is already published work. So you can see layer 1, layer 2, and we followed by antibodies and so on. So when this ALP is interacting with this antibody, the resistance of the surface is increasing, right? That is in ohms basically. So that ohm is the analytical signal basically what we have obtained. So you can see all this control experiment. In this case, you can, this is very interesting data basically. If you see this one, that in case of control there is no green color, which we were obtaining earlier also. However, when the final matrix is there is a green color is present. It means that the system is working very well and it is able to detect alkaline phosphatase in a very effective manner. Now this is the selectivity data. There is no other molecule which is present in the matrix. It is going to affect the detection of the ALP. So now when we increase the concentration of ALP, the signal is keep on increasing, and eventually we landed up with the very low detection limit of 9.65 unit per liter. All right. So after that process, we compared this data with the standard methods which has been used in the hospital, and you can see this. Our results shows like 83.15 unit per liter, and the standard results shows like about 80 unit per liter. It is almost comparable. This shows that the sensor what we have developed in the laboratories work very well in the clinical settings. Now, so these are the examples what I mentioned just now is shows that how the materials can be sustained and how the materials can be utilized to develop a lot of type of sensors. I mean, I can imagine that when you punch a paper, nobody is going to use that, but still there is a possibility of using those materials to develop a lot of beautiful sensors. So anyway, so these are the different type of system what we are going to talk now. Is a 3D metallic dendrites. You have seen this fern definitely in somewhere in your house nearby or somewhere. So these are the dendrites, and when you hammer ice, these are the structure which is formed, which is called as a snow formation. The pattern in this case is what is a primary, secondary, and tertiary branches. This is common in all these three states. So these are the scanning electron microscopic image, which shows that how the pattern is forming. Now, how it forms basically, there is a process which is called as a DLA. It is a diffusion limited aggregation. What happens is like a seed formation, like a crystal formation in a systematic manner. I'll not go in much detail. If you want to know more, you can contact me later on. You can go to my papers. It's already been published. So there is a precursor, there is a nucleation process, there is aggregation, and this is a controlled aggregation, what we optimize. There's a lot of optimization step. I'll show you in the next slides. So the example to utilize these materials, we have developed a hydrogen peroxide sensor which can detect the molecule in the blood samples. All right. So as I mentioned, there is a lot of optimization. You can see I'll not go in the detail of this one. So if you tune the time, if you tune the concentration, if you tune all the parameters, you'll get a different type of structures. So eventually we are getting this kind of structure, which is the final structure. This is 3D growth. 3D growth of the dendrites. Now you can see this is the lateral state and this is the tilted one. This is a cross section view. So you can see it is growing like this on the surface of the chip basically, right? So these are the general information related to hydrogen peroxide. It has a lot of roles in metabolism, growth, survival, and proliferation of the cells, even in the apoptosis and so on, right? So after this process, this is the final scheme. As I mentioned in my previous slide, the scheme is a hypothetical concept. If you do this, if you do that, if you do this, if you do that again and again and again, so you will get eventually some kind of signal. So what I'm showing this on slide number 36, which has been done on this slide number 37. It means what we are talking, it has to be confirmed by some data. Now I'll not go in each graph, but I'll just show the final one, this one, where you can see basically that this is the final probe, this one, and the signal is maximum in this case. So it shows that when you do the optimization or do the fabrication, you have to make sure that why you are doing so. Why means the signal should be higher in case of the analytical chemistry, right? So these are some confirmation studies. These are some preliminary data which shows that when you're increasing the concentration from 0.2 to 0.5, the signal is keep on increasing, right? So after this process, there is another tool which is called as a chronoamperometry. Sorry. So when you're injecting at point B, there is a sharp shoot here in the signal, and again when you're injecting it here, there is again a shoot here. So this response time is, guys, it is less than 1 second. It is amazing. So though you can imagine the sensor what has been developed, it responds the presence of hydrogen peroxide in less than a second. So based on this all optimization and all thing, we have increased the concentration to -12 even picomoles, right? So there is a linearity here. You can see, and this is keep on increasing, and the data and the signal is also increasing. So within 1 second, you are able to detect the level of hydrogen peroxide to this range. It is amazing actually. Okay, so after this process, we have checked the selectivity. These molecule doesn't interact with the hydrogen peroxide. We had a lot of fight with the reviewers when we submitted the paper. They have a lot of stories that it should detect, it should not be detected, but the whole story is mentioned in our paper. So just one line answer is what we have, the potential which we are operating was fixed. That's why other molecule was not interacting with the sensor matrix. Okay, so this is the comparison. You can see other people, they have 10 seconds, 5, 3, 3, and so on. We have less than 1 second in the blood directly. Okay, so this is the first report of such kind where the sputtering has been used. Sputtered electrode has been used to detect the hydrogen peroxide in less than 1 second, and it is able to detect the hydrogen peroxide in clinical range, right? So this was also highly celebrated paper, research highlight, India Science Wire from DST, Business Line, Hindu, and down to and Sputnik, the Russian news. The guys who made the vaccines basically were supplying. These also highlighted our work. So now what we have done in the first case, you have seen that the gold dendrite was being used. So now we wanted to improvise our system to a bimetallic system. It means the two metals, they can come together, they can synchronize, and the individual effect of both the materials can come together and signal should be increased. That was a thought. So in this case, what we have done, guys, we have used this matrix, and we have tested one of the drug in urine samples and in vitro models. So these are the optimization details. I'll not go in the much details of that. Final thing what I want to mention on this slide is what you can see, this gold and copper, the maximum signal. That is very important. The importance of the presence of these two materials has to be justified. So the maximum signal shows that there is a synchronous effect, and the lowest resistance is means higher conductivity, and vice versa is there, right? So in order to confirm, as I mentioned earlier, so these are the dendrites, these are normal dendrites, fine. But when you do the elemental mapping, this is the TEM image, and these are the mapping basically. You can see gold and copper in the merge. It means the same figure contains both the type of the metals. So that has to be proved. So what we did again, we increase the concentrations of the drug, and we are getting the linear graph. So this clearly shows that the sensor is able to detect the drug in a very fine way. So this is again the interfering molecules, and we have tested in the urine as well as in the HEK cell models. You can see that with increase in the concentration of acetaminophen, the signal is increasing. Now this is the last part of my presentation, where you can see, I mean, in the first case you have seen that the gold was there, and another case you have seen the gold and copper is there. Now what we have done, we have used the hybrid system this time. So what we have done, we have used the gold multi-walled carbon nanotube with the gold dendrites. So this is very, very interesting work. You can see how we have done it. We use the electrodes, right? We use the hybrid separately based on the multi-walled carbon nanotubes and colloidal gold nanoparticles. We made a hybrid. We just pasted this hydride onto the surface, followed by the growth of the dendrites onto the surface. This was the first report which has been published from our group. So again, this was able to detect the acetaminophen in a very fine way. So these are the characterization of the hybrid system. You can see the gold with the CNT. We have just mapped it again, and this is one of the most beautiful images of my whole career so far. You can see the background with the nanoparticles. This is the fine filaments is because of the CNT, and these dots, what you can see here is because of what, the gold nanoparticles. So if you zoom in this part, this is the dendrite which has been grown onto the surface of the nanohybrid. Again, if you zoom in this part, you can see one dimensional, second dimensional, the third dimensional, red, blue, and black. So this shows that what we are talking in the slide number 53, it has been developed basically, right? Then again, we have done the mapping. You can see the green part is the gold, red part is the carbon because of the CNT, and the green dots onto the red part is because of the nanoparticle, which is also of the gold basically. So this confirms that yes, the sensor system what we are talking is correctly developed, right? The matrix, and after having these two materials onto the surface, the signal is maximum, right? So again, in this case, what we have done, we have increased the concentration to a little higher side, and we can see we were interested to see whether the sensor is able to detect the molecule or not. So after this confirmation, what we have done, we have went to the low values like 100 nanomoles or below 100 nanomoles. So when we are increasing the concentration, the signal is keep on increasing here also. It clearly shows that the sensor is very powerful and it is able to detect the hydrogen peroxide in a very fine way. The limit of detection in this case was 2.12 nanomoles. Okay, so these are the interfering molecules. So this is very important. I mean, I skipped in few of the examples what I talked earlier, that the acetaminophen has to be detected separately. That is okay, but this has to be mixed with all these molecules. That is called as a mixed sample analysis, because in the real case, if you think about a blood is not sitting alone the glucose is not sitting alone in the blood. It is together with all the molecules. So whenever we design any sensor, we just challenge its detection in presence of the other molecule. That is called as a mixed sample analysis, right? So you can see there is a relatively low signal, but it is almost, even we can say that is close to the free detection of alkaline phosphates. So we have tested in the urine sample. You can see it is keep on increasing. That's amazing. That's no problem. So we have just compared this data with other work. This is very much comparable. So what I talked so far is basically the importance of the materials, the papers, the normal carbon electrodes, and so on, to detect the molecules of various types. I've talked about the proteins. I'm just summarizing my talk. The detection of the proteins by two different ways. One is the optical sensor, and another is the electrochemical sensors based on the resistance. After that, I talked about the different type of matrix based on the dendrites. First, I talked about the gold dendrites, followed by the bimetallic dendrites, where gold and copper both were used, and third one was the bimetallic, the monometallic system with nanohybrid system. All the system has been tested for various type of the molecule sensing. So overall conclusion in our case is what? The disease can be tracked by 3D engineered materials, powerful way. And eventually the goal is what? We have to go for the multiplexing. We have done a lot of multiplexing also, but I have not shown because of the time limitation. But at the same time, you can detect multiple molecules. That is the main idea, right? So now if I discuss this particular part here, you can see very clearly that the basic biology, clinical science, chemistry, material science, physics, and market requirement. Of course, if you're making any sensor which has no market value, nobody is interested, right? So these are the thought when you or the information or the knowledge you should have when you are starting the work on sensor system, right? So eventually, where we sit in the whole hierarchy, we need to know the biomarker. If we don't know that the glucose is the indicator of diabetes, or glycated hemoglobin is the indicator of diabetes, prolonged higher concentration of glucose, we cannot make a sensors, right? So we need to know the marker, right? And what we will deliver to the next partner is what? There is analytical information, right? It could be helpful in healthcare, it could be helpful in environmental analysis, and so on. So in fact, I'd like to thank my current group. Most of the students are not in the slide because this is a little old picture, but I'd like to thank all these students, current and the former one. I'd like to thank the DBT, DST, SERB, and IIT-BHU. Thank you so much. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer. Please visit my website at chandraslab.com if you want to know more about our work. Thank you so much, Dr. Anita. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for an enlightening and inspiring presentation. So thank you for the efforts taken by you in encouraging our young researchers as well as the delegates who have with us to learn new 3D nanosensor, biosensors, biomarkers, nanochips, and their working. Thank you so much once again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to continue the enhancement of our knowledge, now let us start the technical session. So I would like to call Miss Abhilasha Shukla. Her topic is obtaining a competitive edge through green HRM. Shukla. Yeah, ma'am. Please share your PPT. Please share your PPT with us. And now start your presentation. Yes, she is here. Yeah, ma'am, please start your presentation. Her topic is obtaining a competitive edge through green HRM. Number is 151. Vilasha Shukla, please share your PPT. I think she has a problem to connect with us. So I would like to next presenter, Ms. Kirti Bharaskar, Renu Srivastav, Vinoy K. Srivastav.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I would like to share my PPT. Shall I continue?
Okay, ma'am, please.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, so it's visible. Please be continued.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
it's very good afternoon. Okay, ma'am. Very good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Kirti Bharaskar, and topic of my presentation is effect of high-fat diet induce alteration in a reproductive physiology of female mice. So here I begin with. First of all, the type of dietary fat that we consume, it is very important from health point of view. If there is a disbalance between fat oxidation, it means a kind of lipid metabolism and fat storage in our adipose tissue, it may lead to some kind of metabolic syndromes like obesity and different associated diseases. According to the WHO report 2020, it is considered that near about 38 millions of children below 5-year age groups are obese, 650 millions of adults and 340 millions of adolescents are obese. And basically, if we talk about the fat that we take in our dietary, means daily diet, so there are some important fatty acid, that is unsaturated and a saturated fatty acid. So unsaturated fatty acid mainly includes MUFA and PUFA. MUFA includes one bond and PUFA includes many double bonds. And amongst this, the omega-3 and omega-6 are the essential fatty acid. And saturated fatty acid and a trans fatty acid, they are considered as a bad fatty acid. Why so? Because they always elevate the LDL cholesterol level. And unsaturated fatty acid, it always elevates the HDL, that is high density lipoproteins, and at the same time, it downregulates the blood cholesterol level. Now, this is a World Obesity Report, which was published in Dainik Bhaskar in this year only. So according to it, by 2030, this many number of Indians will be obese, and this many number of children will be in obese category by 2030. So this was a report. And now coming to the mechanism, as it is very clearly visible here that the CNS, that is central nervous system, the main part of the central nervous system is the hypothalamus, and because it is considered as a means next to pituitary, it is considered as a master gland also. So they present a very important part, that is arcuate nucleus. It is very important because it controls the food intake. It maintains the adiposity signal and a satiety signal. So according to my topic, if we see, the consumption of high fat diet will lead to more and more number of adipocyte. If adipocyte will be more, then the adiposity signals, which are in a form of hormone, it will be more. So what does arcuate nucleus do? It integrate this adiposity signal, and then it affects the HPG axis. Means this part is a pituitary, this is a hypothalamic part, and this is a part of ovary. So overall, what does arcuate nucleus do? It integrate the adiposity signal, which directly or indirectly, what it do, it alters the gonadotropin hormone, that is LH and FS, and then it affects the ovarian functionality. So objective of my study, the objective was to study the role of gonadotropin on the morphology of ovarian cell for the period of 60 days. And I have used here the 60% high-fat diet. So I want to check the alteration in a morphology, the type of effect it can show in a follicogenesis, and the fertility of a female. So this is a material method in experimental design. The animal which I have chosen here is a female mice musculus of this much gram. There was a 2-group. Control was fed with a standard pellet diet, and high-fat diet group was fed with a 60% research diet, which is D12492. And at the end of the experiment, the mice were sacrificed by the cervical dislocation, and a various hormonal and a histological parameter were assessed. Now this is a result. So in result, you can see this one is the first one is a control group, and next one is a high-fat diet group. So basically what happened here, the body weight in a high-fat diet group has enhanced. But at the same time, if you see the food intake, it was comparatively less as compared to control group. Means somewhere I can say that mice has taken less amount of food, but what happened? According to as per gram, more calories were obtained. So weight gain has increased significantly, but at the same time, the food intake was very less. So this is the level of gonadotropin in a female mice. This graph is showing the level of FSH. So in the case of high-fat diet, the level of FSH has significantly reduced. It means somewhere it has affected the folliculogenesis process in the case of high-fat diet female mice. And this is a LH for 60 days. Then again, it has reduced, means a luteinizing hormone, which is mainly secreted by the pituitary, hypothalamus. So it has reduced. So basically, there is a reduction in a LH. Now, next is the level of gonadal hormone, that is estrogen and progesterone. For up to 60 days in a high-fat diet group, there was enhancement. There was significant increase in estrogen. And again, there was significant increase in a progesterone level 2. Means estrogen and progesterone both has raised in the case of high-fat diet as compared to control. Now, this is a histological analysis showing the visceral adipose tissue. So this is a control group and this is the high-fat diet group. What I have observed here, this is the adipocyte. So size of adipocyte in the case of high-fat diet group was very large, means diameter was very large as compared to the control group. So it is a case of hyperplasia and hypertrophy, hyperplasia and hypertrophy. And at the same time, what I have found here is the inflammation around the adipocytes. It means somewhere around the 60 days, inflammation has been started, as well as the hypertrophy and hyperplasia is also induced. Now, this is a histological analysis of the ovary. So this is a control group and this is a high-fat diet group again. What I have found, how the case of control group and high-fat diet group is different, that in the case of control group, I have found the sufficient number or the limited number of graphene follicle, means a normal histoarchitecture. But in the case of high-fat diet ovary, my observation is number of primordial follicle and graphene follicle were very few. Means somewhere it has affected the growing follicle and the new follicles. And at the same time, the number of secondary follicles were more. Like this is a secondary follicle. These are all secondary follicles. And this is a graphene follicle. Means the number of graphene follicle has reduced and number of secondary follicle has increased. Now, my result. So I can conclude here that for taking a high-fat diet up to 60 days, in the case of mice, the food intake has reduced and a body weight has enhanced, and there is an alteration in a gonadotropin level. There's a decreased number of mature follicle, and there was again there were significant decrease in a primordial follicles in the ovary of female mice. So I can conclude that the histoarchitecture alteration which I found in the female mice ovary, it may be due to the hormonal changes I have found in the serum of female mice, and it may be due to direct and indirect involvement of hypothalamo-hypophyseal gonadal axis, which is totally controlled by the feedback mechanism involving estrogen, progesterone, and LH hormone. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirti Baraskar. Welcome your all queries. If any query, please ask her. So no query. Okay, let's move to the next presenter, the Dr. Chaya Makhijani ma'am. Please present your work.
Thank you so much, Anita ma'am.
Please share your slide now.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon to everyone. Ma'am, my slide is presentable? Visible?
Yeah, ma'am, it's presentable.
I'm Chaya Makhijani from Satyasai College. Is going to present a paper titled A Study and Analysis of E-Waste Management Using Cluster Technique. Electronic waste is one of the fastest growing waste streams in the country. Growth of information and communication technology sector has enhanced the usage of electronic equipment exponentially. The unconventional disposal of electronic equipment generate toxicity of high levels. Toxic dust found on computer monitors have certain chemicals which are found to be harmful to the reproductive system and may also is a cause for neurological disorder. E-waste is growing in India at a rate of 10%. Now, we are connecting this with the data mining. Data mining is the process of analyzing data from a different perspective and summarizing it into useful information, patterns, and relationships from data sources such as DB, text, and the web. Data mining reveals treasured facts hidden in a large volume of records. Variety of tools and algorithms are used for the mining of the data. Data clustering, which I am using in my paper, is a very valuable field of the data mining to group similar data into the cluster and dissimilar data into different clusters. And it is a form of unsupervised learning in which no class labels are provided. It allows customers to examine facts from many distinct dimensions or angles, categorize it, and summarize the relationships identified. Electronic gadgets are meant to make our lives happier and simpler, but they contain toxic substances. Their disposal and recycling become a health nightmare. It has penetrated every aspect of our lives, and most of us do not think about what happens to these gadgets when we discard or upgrade. E-waste is raising trouble given the volumes of e-waste being generated and the content of each toxic and valuable substances in them. This speedy developing waste movement is accelerating because the global marketplace for personal computer system is some distance from saturation and the average existence span of PC is lowering swiftly. In this paper, 4 different stages were used. The first stage described the different sources of the e-waste. The second stage described the toxic elements in different sources of e-waste. The third stage deals with the health and environmental problems of the toxic element. Fourth stages deal with the state-wise e-waste generation in India. This is the literature review which I studied. Methodology. There are various clustering algorithms for analyzing e-waste management. In this paper, I deal with 3 algorithms: K-means clustering, PAM, and hierarchical clustering. Dataset is collected from data.world.com, which store the different attributes of e-waste. Experimental evaluation. This section discussion the implementation work of analysis on e-waste management India in 4 different manners, namely analysis on source of e-waste, analysis on toxic elements, analysis on impact, health and environmental, and analysis on state-wise e-waste generation. Cluster analysis is an unsupervised process that divides a set of objectives into a homogeneous group. Here, K means PAM and hierarchical clustering technique to carry out unsupervised learning on the dataset fed. Experimental evaluation says that these 3 algorithms have their different accuracy. To cluster the e-waste dataset based on K-means, hierarchical, and PAM algorithm using R programming languages. Performance of the system had been measured using accuracy. The comparative study shows that K-means performance is better than the other two algorithms for analyzing the e-waste in inefficient manner. So finally, then the conclusion of is that this research is that the electronic waste are efficiently clustered using K-means, hierarchical, and partition around reduced clustering, and their performance have been evaluated. The evaluation process has been done by using the three different validation parameters like internal, stability, and external validation. After analyzing the performance measures of various clustering techniques discussed above, in which I have studied only three clustering methods, it is found that K-means is comparatively better than hierarchical and PAM. In future, other clustering algorithm can be used along with different validating measures. This paperwork helped to create better awareness of electronic waste in India and provides valuable information about different toxic elements present in e-waste, the health and environmental problem related with this toxic elements, and deals about state-wise e-waste generation in India. These are the references. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to call Mrs. Dr. Preeti Chincholika, ma'am. Preeti, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. Is my voice clear?
Yes, ma'am. Please share your PPT. Please share your PPT, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Is the screen visible?
Right. It's properly visible. It's properly visible, Preeti, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Continue.
Good afternoon, all of you. Here I'm going to present a review part on nanoparticles and their role in sustainable development, a green chemistry approach. The contents of our presentation includes introduction to nanoparticle, types of nanoparticles, function as nanoparticles, use of nanocatalyst as a green chemical, sustainable development related to it, and the concerned references. So let me introduce what are nanoparticles. Nanoparticles are the material which have nanoscale of dimensions. That is very evident with everyone that nanotechnology has come into existence, and many researchers are working into this era of nanotechnology. So nanoscale is around 10 to the minus 9 centimeters. So nanomaterials are very important because their particle size keeps on decreasing compared to the microscopic and megascopic structures. So this gives us a very large surface area for reactions to occur. So this is the nanomaterials are used in very diverse areas of research and have immense amount of applications in electronics, biochemical sensors, catalysis, and energy as in the form of excuse me, in the form of remedial energies. So this has given another dimension in the research area for developing sustainable alternatives from the conventional materials because of its high surface area, which supports catalysts or forms a fine fabricated material that can act as a matrix support. In It also helps in giving a large surface to areas volume, large surface to area exposure to act as an active surface of reaction, so that enhancing the reactants to come into a common platform and react and cause dramatic reactions to occur. And that can be done highly specifically on each nanoparticle. So our area now focuses generally on nanoparticles, and not only nanoparticles, also on nanocatalysts that is useful for green chemistry development. We have used a strategy of microwave heating of nanocatalysts, so that in the aqueous media, the extraordinary synergistic effect of the nano reaction.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Your slide is not moving.
Yeah, I'm just changing. It's not changing.
Okay.
Wait. Wait. Ma'am, once again, shall I try? Try once again. 1 minute.
Okay, no issue.
Hello, is it clear?
It's clear. It's visible. Yeah, it's visible, ma'am.
It's visible, but
it's not
changing, I suppose.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we continue.
Is it changing?
Yeah, it's changing. It's third number slide.
No, ma'am. I wasn't third number. Wait. One minute, ma'am.
Number slide is visible.
Slide changing?
Number slide, yeah, fourth, fifth, yeah, it's
Yeah,
changing.
it's one.
Okay, we continue, ma'am.
So here we are using this strategy of microwave heating of nanocatalysts in aqueous media, so that it increases its synergistic effect and also helps in isolation of materials of desired quality. This gives us a proof of concept in green and sustainable approach. So what are the types of nanoparticles generally used? Generally, gold nanoparticle, that is AU nanoclusters, or silver nanoparticles, zinc oxide nanoparticles, rhodium nanoparticles, carbon nanotubes, graphene, fullerenes are some of the examples which can be utilized in the development of green chemistry, and the use of nanoparticles as nanocatalysts or the fabricated matrix for the reactions to occur. So when I talk about nanocatalysts, we'll understand what are the ways the nanocatalysts help us in utilizing and causing the sustainable development in the development of non-toxic, eco-friendly materials or alternatives to different types of fuels. First, one example is photocatalysts, where we use nanocatalysts like zinc oxide, niobium pentoxide, titanium oxide, titanium dioxide, that are used as a powerful organic dye that can degrade, that can be, sorry, that these are the nanocatalysts that can be useful in degradation of harmful organic dye contaminants present in any of the waste materials before sending them to the treatment plants. This can be pre-treated with these materials and thus get part of the harmful organic dye contaminants. Second example, we can talk about lignocellulose. That is a great source of renewable biomass source, where it is used in the biorefineries for the production of biofuels. So how nanocatalyst as a green chemical can be used in sustainable development. Some features which have been explained here are the conversion of carbon dioxide, catalytic conversion of carbon dioxide. We talk about capturing of carbon dioxide, which is the cause for the global warming. So nanocatalyst catalyst particles absorb the carbon dioxide over amine solvents. This helps in with the aid of algae as biosequestering of carbon dioxide. And also we can generate hydrogen as a cost-effective fuel and also as an alternative fuel by using organic compounds like methanol, ethanol, acetic acid, and glycerol with the use of nanocatalysts and splitting them into the different moieties and a byproduct forming as hydrogen as a hydrogen fuel. Also, photocatalytic water splitting is also into a good research arena wherein hydrogen fuel generation can be done at a faster pace and lower cost. Apart from this, just now we had been through a expert lecture from Dr. Pranjal Chandra talking about the sensors. So sensors are also designed and developed with the use of nanomaterials, nanoparticles. So here we can use biological markers or certain purine bases of DNA or the silver or gold nanoparticles coated with a fragment of DNA so that we can detect particular disease by the complementary base pairing. Also, zeolites, which are utilized for the present identification and presence of oxidizing materials at 30 at a very lower strength, around 30 nano sorry at a very lower intensity. Silver gold nanoparticles also are also helpful in the biphenol bisphenol detections in toxic substance dissections. Next, is the slide moving? So, hello, is my slide moving?
Visible. It's visible, ma'am. Please we continue. Yeah, it's properly visible.
So these are these areas where we can utilize nanoparticles as a nanocatalyst. Apart from nanocatalysts, they can also be utilized as fabricating material or small carrying vehicles so that it can reach the target at a very, very lower ultra microscopic level. And thus, these are the one of the examples here. Some examples of sensors and bio-based sensor. I've just given a glimpse of it. Here you can see the sensor utilizing silver as a nanoparticle here, upon which antigen and antibody complex binding is occurring, and that can be studied to spectral analysis. And In bio-based sensor, we are using fragments of DNA, which can be hybridized, and then the hybridized structure can be identified by specific protein structures, and they are detected either by chemiluminescence or by autoradiography, etc. So now our conclusion is that if we work more on nano catalysts and nanoparticles, we can have enormous amount of features explored and can generate different devices, different nano-based materials for proper applications in different areas of humankind, be it electronics, be it biomedical sciences, be it diagnostic devices, or be it purification problems of water treatment plants. So these are the references. Thank you. Thank you from my side. Any queries?
Thank you, Preeti ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Queries? Welcome to your all queries. Okay, now move to our next presenter, Mahendra Kumar.
Very good morning, very good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
My voice is audible?
Yeah, it's audible, sir. Please represent your work. Please stop sharing, Preeti ma'am.
Yeah.
My slide is visible, ma'am?
No, sir, it's not visible now. Please share your slide.
Now visible, ma'am?
No, sir, it's not visible to me. I think due to technical problem, so it's not visible. You have to
Yes,
stop
ma'am,
sharing
because...
and then we'll try again.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Now screen is visible, ma'am?
Presentation view is visible, slide is not visible.
Slide is not visible.
Yeah. Mahendra Kumar.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not visible. It's visible, Mahendra Kumar. Yeah, it's visible your slide.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So shall we start?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, sir, you start.
Okay, 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 ma'am. A very good afternoon to all of you. My presentation topic is in silico analysis, uncover antibacterial properties of Allium sativum against Aeromonas hydrophila. Aeromonas hydrophila are the gram-negative straight rods with rounded ends, bacilli, cocci shape, usually from 2.3 to 1 micrometer in width and 1 to 3 micrometer in length, and it causes a bacterial hemorrhagic septicemia diseases, and about 60% of the fish mortality occurs due to this bacterial species. And it causes a serious bloodstream infection and also known as a blood poisoning. It occurs when an open wound gets infected or a result of consuming bacterial contamination through the food. And this disease is also known as red mouth disease, infectious dropsy, rubella disease, red pest, and freshwater eel disease. In India, it is known either by the name of infectious dropsy or bacterial hemorrhagic septicemia. The bacteria are largely antibiotic resistant and can survive refrigeration and are also able to grow at a temperature in a wide range up to 37 degrees Celsius. Through the large uses of the antibiotics, persistence of the antibiotics in environment and their associated effects on the ecosystem. The bacterial resistance and the health effects is major challenge. That's why we are going for the natural remedy. In our objectives of the work for the construction of the natural antibacterial agents from the Allium sativum and the identification of the target protein from the causative agents like Aeromonas hydrophila, and the prediction of the physiochemical properties of the target protein and their secondary and tertiary structure prediction of the target protein and their structure validation, and the screening of the potential compounds by the molecular docking. This is the methodology. Methodology is divided into two parts. First one is the construction of the virtual library, in which we are listing the natural antibacterial agents from the Allium sativum, and then screening of the compounds by the Lipinski rule of 5, and then we will characterize the physical chemical properties of the compounds. Then it will be created a virtual library. This next part of the methodology is the target protein identification and their structure prediction and validation. Firstly, we identify the target protein by the review of literature, then predict the physiochemical properties by the prot param, then secondary structure prediction done by the neural network, and tertiary structure prediction is done by the Swiss model, and the active site is predicted by the site map of the Maestro 12.8 Schrodinger software, and then the structure is validated by the Ramachandran plot, and then we have a target protein. We will go for the molecular docking by the Schrodinger. Here is the summary of the overall work, and here is the results. Firstly, we screened out the plant which is highly antibacterial, that is the garlic. I have selected the garlic, and then we have screened out all the compounds of the garlic. Here is the list of the natural antibacterial agents of the garlic. I have collected about 36 agents of the garlic. Then we will go for the target prediction, and we will characterize the physiochemical properties of the target protein by the prot param. These are the results, where the number of amino acids in the target protein is 915 and molecular weight is it is showing, and the compositions of the amino acids and the carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur items present in the proteins. Here is the result is visible, and there is the tertiary structure prediction by the Swiss model. The Ramachandran plot is validated the structure about 96% of the amino acid is in the favored region. That means it is a good structure, and also validated by the SAFE 6.0 UCLA, where the Z square is about 0.6 and the standard range is 0.021. It means the structure is good. And here is the binding site is predicted by the site map, the Schrodinger Maestro 12.8, on the basis of their volume and cross-section area. And these are the results of the molecular docking, where all the profiles of the allium sativum is docked with the target proteins, and we got the results of the by the molecular docking. And here is the listing or ranking of the compounds by their docking score. And the quercetin has the quercetin is the lowest energy. It means it have a great binding affinity with the target proteins, and also predicted the drug likeness properties by the Lipinski rule of 5. And quercetin is follows the and obeys the Lipinski rule of 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahendra.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Now I would like to call Abhilasha Shukla. Is she here? She is with us. So please present your work. Yeah, your slide is visible. Your voice is not audible. Please mute your Dr. Cholika, madam. Please mute yourself. Preeti, madam. Preeti, ma'am. Preeti, madam, please mute yourself.
Dr. Preeti Chincholika, please mute yourself.
Thank you, Preeti, ma'am. Slide is visible, ma'am. Please be continued. Slide is visible, ma'am. Please be continued. Please. You are muted, ma'am. Please unmute yourself and then start your presentation. Audible नहीं है. Please mute yourself.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, it's audible. Okay.
I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. So, ma'am, my topic is obtaining a competitive edge through green HRM. So, I'll just brief about the points which I'll be discussing about today. The points are introduction about HRM, that is human resource management, and then we'll come to green human resource management, and then functions of each of them, that is HRM and green HRM. Then I'll tell you something about green HR practices which are followed in some of the organizations. I have the example of some industries with me, and then I'll conclude with the topic. So basically, when I talk about HRM, that is human resource management. So I basically focus on the employees of any organization, any business enterprise, hiring them, recruiting them, and then placing them in the organization, and all the activities which an employee go through. Overall, everything I talk about is the employees, like employees joining, then employees training, then recruiting the employees, then paying them rewards. It may be in monetary terms or the non-monetary terms, and there's the value of the business enterprise in which we are working, the goals and objectives which lead to the success of any organization, and then basically the strategic objectives for which the employees work. These are the goals, we can say. Now, this is the meaning of HRM. It is the practice of recruiting, hiring, and deploying and managing employees in the organization. And human resource management is often referred to simply as human resources. We can also state the personals in an organization. Now, coming to this green HRM, basically green HRM is a way which lead towards sustainable development. So through green HRM, GHRM, it is, I can say it is a small step towards sustainable development which could be initiated in any organization. So these are the functions of HRM. You can see this is the function of basic HRM: recruitment, employee management, shift management, attendance management, leave management of employees, and payroll of the employees. Now, if we talk about functions of green HRM, these are the things which we can include in green HRM, in greening, like online advertisement we can give, invitation of application we can give online. We can follow green recruitment and selection. We can follow green orientation programs for the employees. We can also go for green performance evaluation and managing overall things. We can also go for green learning and development. Likewise, green compensation and reward is also there. Then green leadership, green health and safety management, green employee discipline management. So basically, this green HRM, it incorporates eco-friendly HR practices, and for basically suitable use of resources that enhances the efficiencies, and which reduces the less wastage we can say, and positive job related attitude. And apart from this enhanced work or private life, we can say the lower costs also could be done here, and overall enhancing employee performance could be done along with retention of employees also. So green HRM, basically it is a rising concept. This is a new concept in HRM practices which could be reinforced towards environmental sustainability practices. So this could be done for competitive edge in any organization. And by competitive edge, I mean the fact that a company has an advantage over its other competitors which are present in the market. Now, coming to green HRM practices, these are some of the green HR practices which are related with the functions which I have discussed earlier. So, if I take an example of a banking sector, so there are some banks like ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, and SBI, which are towards green quotations, which are towards green recruitment. Not completely, but yes, partially they are doing. Then, apart from it, training and development is also happening. The same examples I can give, like ICICI Bank, it communicates Go Green initiative to new interns to make them familiar with greening projects of a company. And even HDFC Bank provides training related to e-waste management. And there are also paperless digital banking, which most of the banks are using. So these are some of the things like performance management is also there, going paperless, green printing is there, then reduce business travels is there, green auditing is there, recycling is there, and buying green products is there from the suppliers, sustainable products or recycling is happening in the banks, and green rewards are also been given to the employees who contribute with innovative innovations and ideas towards greening, and is awarded with a badge named Go Green, like sort of. So these are basically some of the activities which are ongoing. I'll just like to conclude with the green HRM concept in this competitive edge. Like these GHRM practices under the categories such as green job analysis, or we say design, or we say green resource planning, or recruitment or selection program, or training and induction program, or performance evaluation assessment programs. These all rewarding systems and job safety, these are now encouraging, going with the trend. They are taking the competitive edge of any organization. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I would like to call Neetu Patel for the presentation. Neetu Patel.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, present your work.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yeah. But your slide is not visible. प्रणाली भी ऐसी कर रही है
स्लाइड नहीं दिख रही है.
Yeah, slide is visible, Neetu Patel. Now it's
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is impact of potassium bromate in female fertility and in neonatal development. My supervisor is Dr. Renu Srivastava, and my co-supervisor is Professor Vinoy Kumar Srivastava, Dean Faculty of Life Science, Head of the Department Bioscience, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. My topic is potassium bromate. Potassium bromate is a potassium salt, also known as bromic acid, found in white crystal or granule form. Its melting point is 370 degrees Celsius and its weight is 167 gram per mole. Of bread, cow, bread. So being commonly many we are only multiple organ toxicity. Organs are nervous system, kidney, lungs, nose, irritation in eye and skin in humans and experimental animals. There are so many reports which indicate that potassium bromate is carcinogenic. That's why I is responsible for carcinogenic and other toxic effects. My objectives are to observe histopathological alterations of muscles with litter size and it is an that weight is 22. And animal group control. Animal group control standard diet 60 days, potassium bromate 100.
Dear Neetu, your slide is not moving. Some network problem is there. Neetu Patel is here. Neetu? Neetu Patel is here. Neetu?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, there is a technical issue in her laptop, so she can present it with my laptop. Means I'm Kirti Baraskar.
No issue, no issue. Please be present with your laptop.
So, ma'am, from starting or from that very slide?
No, from that slide.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, slides are visible.
Yeah, slide is visible. Slide is visible.
Hello. Am I audible? Ma'am, am I audible?
You are audible. Please be continue.
Yeah. My objectives are to observe histopathological alteration in ovary and uterus of female mice mus musculus in association with potassium bromate. And my second objectives are is to observe the impact on potassium bromate on body weight along with litter size and litter weight and litter growth also. My experimental design is I have 8 methodology. Female mice mus musculus of 20 to 25 gram were used for experimental design. And animal groups, I have 2 groups, control and potassium bromate. Control group fed with standard rodent diet and for 60 days, and potassium bromate group fed with standard diet and 100 mg of per kg of body weight potassium bromate for 60 days. My results are, there are 2 slides in desktop. First one is control and second is KBRO3. We can see in the first slide, there are number of follicles. There are so many number of follicles and there is no degeneration in thecal layer, granulosa cells and Graphian follicle. On the other hand, KBRO3 has number of degenerative. There are less number of primordial follicle and degenerative thecal layer are also showed in the KBRO3 slide, and vacula is also present in this slide, and corpus luteum number also decreased in KBRO3 slide. Next one is uterus slide. I have 2 slides, control and KBRO3. Control slides have number of uterine glands. There are more number of uterine glands and lacuna size is very high and clearly mentioned. And on the other hand, KBRO3 has degeneration in lacuna, and number of glands also decrease in uterus slide. I showed the number 1 and 2 showing newborn pups of control and treated group. You can see in that control group pups are healthy, and KBRO3 group pups are weak, that are showing body weight. In my study, I find that body weight decrease just because of potassium bromide, because it is a carcinogenic and it is toxic. That's why it decrease the body weight of animal, and litter size also decrease in number of females because of toxicity of potassium bromide, and litter weight also decrease just because of potassium bromide. My conclusion are this study demonstrates that potassium bromide has reduced the litter growth, litter weight, and viability in female mice. KBRO3 has negative fertility aspects in females. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Neetu. Now may I request Neelam Lahare. Do I have Neelam? And I humbly request all the participants to please stay, because it's not only the platform to present your work, but also to listen to others so that your research can be inspired and you can refine it to the better. Don't leave after presentations. Neelam Lahare, are you there? Okay, if Neelam is not there, may I have Pranali Mishra? Fine, Neelam is presenting. Welcome, Neelam. All the best. Neelam, we are unable to hear you. I think there's some issue with Neelam. May I have Pranali here till then?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Can I start the presentation?
Definitely, yes. All the best.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Myself, Pranali Mishra. I'm a research scholar from LN University. I'm present before you to present my work, Validated UV Visible Spectroscopy and Reverse Phase HPLC Method for Determination of Bisoprolol Fumarate. I'm going to determine this drug in pure form, that is bulk, as well as in pharmaceutical doses form, that is tablet. A tablet named Basicor 5 is available in the market. I have procured it from a local shop, and I have performed analysis on the doses form. So this is my abstract. In this, I have mentioned that two methods which I have performed is UV visible spectrophotometry, and second one is HPLC method. So starting with my drug, bisoprolol fumarate. It is a drug which is mainly used as a beta blocker. It is used for the treatment of heart disorders, mainly as an antihypertensive drug. Regarding my experiment, the instrument which I have used, first one is UV visible spectrophotometer of company Shimadzu, having model PharmaSpec UV 1700. And for chromatography, I have used the instrument HPLC of company Shimadzu, again the PharmaSpec model. The chemicals which I have used, mainly the pure drug of bisoprolol fumarate was obtained as a gift sample from Glenmark Pharmaceuticals, and the solvents which I have used are of all HPLC grade. The solvents were mainly used or selected based on the solubility of drug. From the various solvent, methanol was selected as a best solvent which was used for the experiment. For HPLC, I have used acetonitrile and sodium acetate buffer, while for UV spectroscopy, I have used methanol. And the tablet formulation used is Basicor 5 from Agenta Pharmaceuticals. So starting with method development and optimization of the chromatographic conditions, first I have scanned the drug in UV spectrophotometer between 200 to 400 nanometers, and the lambda max of 224 nanometer was selected for the method development. The column in the HPLC was a stainless C18 column. The flow rate selected was 1 ml per minute, and the buffer which I have used is sodium acetate buffer, which is having pH 5, and the pH was maintained by 1% orthophosphoric acid. The stock solution was 100 microgram, and from the stock solution, working solutions were prepared. They were from 2 to 10 microgram per ml, that is 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 microgram per ml. I have gone through two methods. First method is for UV visible spectrophotometry. Here I have already mentioned that the lambda max is 224 nanometers, and all the absorbance was carried out at this lambda max. Calibration curve was developed. For calibration curve, absorbance against the concentration was plotted, and an equation y is equal to mx plus c was obtained. From this, I got my slope and interference. And from that, I have calculated, or I have performed the assay of the tablet Basicor. Generally, what we do is we take the tablets, 10 tablets, and we weigh it, crush it, and we weigh approximately the dose. That is, the dose mentioned is 5 microgram. So we'll prepare the solution of 5 microgram per ml. And then we scan it at the lambda max, that is 224 nanometer, and whatever the reading we get, the absorbance we get, we apply it in y is equal to mx plus c equation, and we get the concentration of the unknown sample. That is, we perform the assay of the drug. Second method was HPLC method. In HPLC method, the 5 microgram per ml concentration of tablet sample was prepared, and the standard of the same concentration was prepared, and they were injected one by one, and the analysis was carried out with the PDA detector at 224 nanometers. Here we are going to plot the calibration curve of theoretical plate, percent area against the concentration, and the unknown concentration is obtained from the equation y is equal to mx plus c. After performing both the methods, I have gone through the validation method. It is very necessary to validate whether whatever you have performed is true or correct or not. So for validation, I have gone through system stability, linearity, accuracy, precision, robustness, ruggedness, limit of detection, and limit of quantification. All the guidelines which I have followed belongs to ICH QR Q2 R1 guidelines. Here are my results. The first graph which I am showing is the UV visible spectrometer graph of my drug bisoprolol fumarate. As I have already said that I have drawn a calibration curve. The second graph is the calibration curve where the x-axis is the concentration and y-axis is my absorbance. Then I am going to table number 1. Table 1 shows the calibration points of the standard curves with the standard deviation and percent RSD. Table 2 represents the recovery studies of the BA. Whatever bisoprolol fumarate, which I have changed the concentration 80%, 100%, and 120%, and I have analyzed it and I have recovered it. All is mentioned in this table. This next graph is the chromatogram. When I have performed the HPLC, I have got my retention time of 4.5 minutes. It is mentioned, it is shown in this graph. Here, the down axis or horizontal axis shows the time, and the vertical axis, it shows the percent area. After performing the HPLC, I have gone through studies called precision study. Precision study means I'm performing the practical again and again. I'm repeating the practical. The practical may be performed intraday or interday. Intraday means today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, continuously for 3 days, 4 days, or 5 days. I'm going to perform the same practical, and I will analyze whether my results are same or they are deflected. And interday, I'm going to perform the practicals thrice or 4 times in a day after the duration of 3 hours or 4 hours, whichever we feel comfortable for our studies. Table number 4 represents the analysis of the pharmaceutical doses form. Earlier, what I have displayed are the results of the pure bulk drug. Now, the same studies were compared with the tablet doses form. The tablet doses form is the Basicor C5 bisoprolol tablet. The label claim was that the tablet contains 5 milligram of drug. When we have performed the assay, we have recovered 4.9 milligram of drug. So the result was 98.2%. Further, the HPLC method, we have gone through the following parameters. The lambda max used were 224 nanometers. Beard's law was followed up the range of 2 to 10 microgram per ml. The regression for both the methods, UV and HPLC, y is equal to mx plus c, have the value such as for UV, slope is 0.086 and intercept is 0.0263, while for HPLC method, slope was 92,059 and intercept was 31,316. The standard deviation was calculated for slope as well as intercept. Correlation was found very satisfactory, that is 0.99 and 0.992. The limit of detection and limit of quantification of both the methods were quite acceptable. This table, next table represents the intraday precision of bisoprolol for UV method. So the precision was performed on day 1, day 2, day 3, and the mean of all the results were calculated and percent RSD was calculated. When the percent RSD is found to be below 2, it is said that the method is accurate. So this was the result of my both the methods, UV visible spectroscopy as well as HPLC method for the method development of bisoprolol fumarate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pranali, for wonderful presentation. So may I have back Neelam Lahare?
Yes, ma'am. I want to present, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
I am present by the Kirti Baraskar laptop.
That is no issue. Wonderful. Please continue.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, you are visible. You are audible too. Continue, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So today's my conference topic is impact of vitamin D deficient diet on daily food consumption and body weight in female mice. So today's I am present now. My guide is Professor Binoy Kumar Srivastav, Head and Dean of Department of Bioscience. So this is the introduction. Hypovitaminaceous D, it's also known as vitamin D deficiency, is a major health issue in today's time because of short time or lack exposure in sunlight, because of the different lifestyle and change their lifestyle in every people. Vitamin D is a lipid soluble vitamin synthesized by skin to exposure in UV light 250 to 315 nanometer wavelength. Vitamin D is diagnosed by measuring concentration of 25 hydroxy D. It is the circulating inactive form in blood, and this is the source of vitamin D by the diet: fish, egg, cheese, mushroom, milk, and other. Extra skeletal consequences correlated with vitamin D, like obesity, hypertension, fatigue, cancer, risk, type 2 diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, muscle strength, and so on. This is the classification of vitamin D deficiency according to serum 25 hydroxy level into 3 stages: severe deficiency, moderate deficiency, mild deficiency. Severe deficiency less than 5 nanometer per ml, moderate deficiency 5 to 10 nanogram per ml, and mild deficiency is 10 to 20 nanogram per ml. And this is the biosynthesis of vitamin D by the skin. Its precursor is 7-dehydrocholesterol. By the skin, it is converted to the vitamin D3, and by the liver, it is converted to 25 hydroxy vitamin D by the presence of enzyme 25 hydroxylase, and it is converted to 125 dehydroxy vitamin D by the presence of enzyme 1 hydroxylase. Then this is my objectives to determine the importance of vitamin D associated with food intake, body weight, and other diet-related parameters, and also observe behavior characteristics and physical activity changes. But the main goal is of this study will be able to spread awareness among the people regarding importance of vitamin D for the health issues. This is my experiment design. For this experiment, I was used a female mice musculus, weight were 15 plus minus 5 gram. I was divided the animals, experimental animals, in 3 groups. One is control group, second is cholecalciferol or vitamin D supplemented group, and third is deficient group. Cholecalciferol dose is 1000 IU per kg body weight, and deficient diet is freely accessible. And this is my study outcome. Results are comparison between the body weight in 3 groups. 3 groups. One is a control group, second is supplement group, and third is deficient group in female mice. This is the difference between, you saw the difference between the body weights in comparison with 3 groups, and other figure 2 comparison of body weight gain per day. Mice gain body weight per day in different groups. Next is figure 3. It is the comparison between food intake gram per day for 60 days in between control, supplement, and deficient group. You see in the graph. This is the food intake decrease in the deficient group, but food efficiency ratio is increase in the deficient group. So I am concluded that the food intake is deficient diet was comparatively low, although body weight was slightly increased as compared to control. Body weight is increased, but other parameters is food efficiency ratio, food gain, gram per day, and percentage weight gain was increased. So the impact of vitamin D deficient food is directly observed as weight gain, but lesser food intake as compared to the control group. Thank you for the listening.
Thanks a lot. This was the last presentation, and now to wind up with the most precious words, I would like to invite Dr. Suparna Ghosh, Dean, Life Science, Career College, Bhopal, to present the most precious words of vote of thanks. Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. Am I audible? Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. Very good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Excellencies, learned professors, enthusiastic young researchers, participant faculty members from the various places, and most valued dear students. It is my privilege that I have been asked to propose the vote of thanks on the first day of this International Conference on Advanced Research Strategies for Sustainable Development, organized by Career College Bhopal and RFI in association with Association of Chemistry Teachers India. I, Dr. Suparna Ghosh, on behalf of the management of Career College Bhopal, extend a very heartfelt gratitude to entire team of RFI, especially Dr. Gunjan Shukla and Dr. Ajay Jain sir, for their continuous support and help for organizing this conference. Indeed, it is a nice collaboration and we are looking forward for such kind of more events of academic importance. With deep sense of gratitude, I would like to thank Professor Brijesh Pare, President ACT TIFA Mumbai, and Professor D.V. Prabhu, Secretary ACT TIFA Mumbai, for their contribution and support. ACT is really doing meaningful contribution in the progress of science for the sustainable environment. We are feeling honored to have our guest of honor, Mr. Rituraj Pukhan, founder Indigenous Peoples Climate Justice Forum. Excuse me. Excuse me. Justice Forum ambassador between us today, a man who is continuously working hard to conserve the environment, can be the ideal speaker for today's conference. Sir, you are the true motivator for us. Thank you, sir, from all of us. On behalf of the entire Career Group of Institutions, RFI, and ACT family, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our most valued international speakers, Dr. Chai Ching Tang from Mae Fag Luang University, Dr. Michael Boren from Australia, and Dr. Mutmainia S. from University of Indonesia for their meaningful and informative deliberations. We are highly obliged to have you all among us and hope the deliberations would have benefited the participants. Our most sincere Am I audible? Our most sincere thanks goes to our intellectual national speakers, Dr. Meera Asmi, Honorary Chairwoman, We Grow Forest Foundation, Kerala, Dr. Pranjal Chandra from IIT PHU, Varanasi, for their wonderful presentations. It was quite informative and beneficial for all of us. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir, for sparing your precious time for this international conference. Our most humble and sincere thanks goes to Mr. Manish Rajoria, Vice Chairman of Career Group of Institutions, Principal Dr. Charanjit Kaur, Professor Pradeep Jain, Group Director of Career Group of Institutions, for all the logistic supports, guidance and motivation towards organizing this event. I would like to thank all the presenters for their constructive efforts, and I would like to acknowledge my deep sense of gratitude to all the participants for making the day one of this conference a big success. We are expecting the same enthusiasm tomorrow also. Thank you. See you all tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you all the participants. Expect you all at sharp 11 tomorrow. We have worthy guests to have the deliberations from them. Thank you. Have a nice day.